Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Good morning, my lovely friends. I was just doing a bit of a happy dance then. It feels good to be here. Thank you for joining me on this, the second day of a whole new year, a whole new attitude, and maybe a brand new hobby. We're focusing this week on new hobbies and maybe fresh starts, rediscovering things that we've tried in the past and maybe want to get back into, or just look for the right project just to sort of give yourself a boost. Love that, love that. How's your new year started? Get in touch, let me know. It's really nice to have your company. Now we're going to start as we always do with our early bird. And this morning, well, it's got a little bit of a slant towards bag making, which is my focus for the first hour. So our early bird today is a 1/2 metre, or by the 1/2 metre H640. One of our favourite sort of hero products here on Sewing Street. We absolutely love it. Brilliant for bag making. Gorgeous where you want that little bit of soft padding in a project. So things like quilted clothing, placemats, table runners, even small wall hangings too. It's absolutely perfect. Now, what is Vliseline H640, you ask? Well, it is a fusible fleece. So it's a polyester fleece. It's got a nice little bit of puff in it, and it is National Cream Puff Day, by the way, just in case you were wondering. It's also New Year's Day. How cute is that? Time to celebrate the new year with your cats. Love that. Anyway, so H640 is this little bit of puff there, fusible polyester fleece. So it's got a fusible layer on one side. You can tell the side that's fusible because it's kind of slightly rough, and you can see little white dots there, the glue. Heat activated. Now, for $5.99, that's not our early bird price, by the way, for $5.99, you get half a metre, and it's 90 centimetres wide, okay? So this is your half metre. Suddenly I look 25 again. I love that. 2 cushion fronts, a table runner, probably 3 placemats, a couple of small bags or a larger bag as well for $5.99. Now, it's our early bird, so let's see what our price is going to be. You're making £1 saving on every half metre. It's $4.99. Now, this is one of our hero products. It's something that doesn't ever need to be reduced. We're doing it because today we're focusing on bag making. Well, certainly for this first hour. Now, if you multi-buy, and I know lots of you are multi-buying this H640, it will come as one continuous piece. So if you order 3 units, you'll get 3 half metres, 1.5 metre, all in one piece. Keep in mind, it is 90 centimetres wide, and you're buying it by the half metre. Make £1 saving for every half metre you buy. Love that. Let me say a few good mornings. Dee is in a wet and windy Norfolk. She says, good morning, Stuart and crew. Morning, my darling. And Jan also says, good morning, Stuart. And everyone. Morning to Anne as well. How are you, my darling? How is it where you are? I was not prepared last night for the rain. I popped out for some dinner and it was absolutely teeming down. I was dressed for summer, obviously. Over 90% of you who have checked out your baskets have checked out multiple units. This is one of our hero products. It's a great time to stock up. It's our early bird today. Good morning, Stuart, says Annette from Gwent. Thank you for bringing some sunshine on this grey, wet morning in Wales. Beautiful, though, I bet. Going to try bag making this year for a fresh idea. Good, I love it. I avoided bag making for years because all of the patterns, I saw great patterns, but they were all very much for women. And I thought there's nothing for me to sew, you know, so I started designing my own. But there are a lot more brilliant bag patterns about now than there ever were. We've got some great patterns on the hour this morning. Lots of them. Lots of bags benefit from H640 inside. It's a fusible fleece from Vliseline. It is a polyester, so it shows quilting really well. It's not too thick, it's not too thin. It's probably just under 1/4 inch thick. Quilts up beautifully. And on one side, you have a fusible, it's like little dots, almost like on interfacing. And you put usually your outer fabric onto the fusible side, have the fabric facing up towards you, pretty side up, and then iron. The information, if you ever wonder, is on the side, and it's printed every half metre. So it's 15 seconds with a 2-spot iron, and it's also machine washable at 40 degrees. So if you ever wonder, can I wash this? Can I iron this? Can I dry clean it, for example? The information is all along the side. And when it talks about 15 seconds of heat, that's 15 seconds of continuous heat on a 2-spot. So when you're fusing the layers, don't keep moving your iron about. And I know it feels like an awfully long time. And if you're nervous, use a pressing cloth or a goddess sheet over the top and iron through there. If in doubt, always go with your fabric as well. So for example, if you were fusing silk to H640, don't use a 2-spot iron. Use a 1-spot iron suitable for silk. It may take a little longer, but it will fuse. But go with your fabric, but don't go up to a 3. Anyway, lots and lots of you on the phones for this. It's $4.99 per half metre. You're making £1 saving per half metre that you buy. Now some FIFO reviews of H640. Excellent for bag making, says Tracy in Tyne and Weir. Making the item firm but not rigid. Easy to work with and easy to sew. Very nice, like that. gives sort of like a soft structure. Love H640, use it all the time in lots of projects. That's Heather in Shropshire. And another one, love it, useful for bag making, reliable product, sorry. Yes, we like that. It is reliable, it's very easy to use. Use this item often, very often for my bag making. It's a good product. That's Crafter in County Durham. Another one. The Vliseline H640 fusible fleece is wonderful. I use it often in my bags and other patchwork projects. It's a must-have in your stash. Another one. Wow. As a bag maker, I go through loads of H640. It's perfect for what I need. Well, Nikki, that's a good time to buy multi-buy, isn't it? So a product you know that you use a lot of, it really is worth multi-buying. And of course, it's not at the whim of the time of year, the vagaries of fashion, or it's inside, you don't see it, but it makes a big difference. Another one, I love this, brilliant for bags, sturdy and gives a professional finish. That's from Monica. It does, even something like a simple tote bag or a wash bag, especially if you want to add a bit of quilting. You don't need to quilt it, but if you do, it just adds a lovely soft structure, gorgeous. First time I've used this product, worked well, says Christina in Carmarthenshire. Another one. My go-to fusible fleece, very easy to use and not too bulky. Over 100 of you have checked out your baskets on this. It's our early bird today. It's H640, an absolutely iconic hero product here at Sewing Street. We love it. It's a fusible fleece from Vliseline, fusible on one side, 15 seconds with a 2-spot iron to fuse it to your fabric. Quilts beautifully. It washes, machine washable, makes your bag softly structured, and also adds a lovely bit of puff if you do a bit of quilting there. You can also use this for things like quilted clothing. So quilted jackets, waistcoats, that kind of thing. You can also use it for things like table runners, placemats. It acts very much like a quilt batting, you know, but I just love that extra puff from the polyester. Lynn says, good morning, Stuart. I use H640 all the time. The very first bag I made a few years ago was your messenger bag kit. Awesome. Susan says, good morning from a wet morning in Aberdeen. Or stay nice and warm. June says, good morning. All your decorations are down. They are. Charlie's taking them down at home. Kat's taken them down here. They are actually still in the studio, but we're not going to look at that. Jill says, good morning from a very wet Tewkesbury. Anne is watching. Good morning to you, my darling. Hannah's asking, is it too early to buy tulips? Now you've told me that there are tulips in the supermarket, I will have to go and buy some. They are my favourite spring flower. Love. No, it's not too early. Are you ready for spring? I'm ready for spring. Soon as we've had New Year's Day, I am ready for spring. I want tulips, I want daffodils, I want sunshine. I'm not going to get them, but we have a question. Good morning, Stuart. Can you explain what you mean by a 2-spot iron or a 1-spot iron? Thank you, Lindsay. Of course I can, my darling. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Right. Okay. Have a look here. So on, I think, pretty much every iron, on the dial where you choose the heat, there are little dots. 1 dot, 2 dots, and 3 dots. Sometimes there's a little iron symbol with 1 dot, 2 dot, or 3 dots. 1 dot is the lowest heat, 2 is the medium, 3 is the high. So things like synthetics, delicate silk, you iron with a 1 spot. Things like cotton poly mix, this Vliseline H640, a 2-spot, and things like cotton, pure cotton or linen, you can iron with a hot iron. Denim, yes, things like that, with a 3-spot iron. So you'll see these as well on clothes care labels as well. It'll give you the spot of the iron, and it's the heat, the amount of heat. Thank you for that question. Well done if you got your H640. We'll come back to it later. It's a brilliant product. Purple tulips are the best. Stephanie. I like pink ones best, but I mean, you know, I won't argue. Right. Now, before I go on, I want to quickly mention the 780 Plus from Elna. We have, essentially, the machine is being discontinued. Elna are not bringing any more 780 Plus machines into the country. If we can't get it, you can't get it. We are the home of Elna. So this is literally our last machine. I do not understand why it didn't go yesterday, but we do still have one machine left. Usual price is £2,789. You save £500. It's £2,289. It has got 11 inches of throat space compared to something like a Brother FS250, which has 6 inches of throat space, nearly double. You get an extension table, a knee lift. You get 3 different stitch plates. Your zigzag, your standard, your straight stitch, always good to have. 3rd, industrial plate. And you get an industrial piecing foot and an industrial walking foot. This is taking your sewing stratospheric. This is taking it to professional levels. You also get a 25-metre bolt of 60-inch wide quilter's calico for free. That's about £130 worth of value. You get 10 reels of Gutermann sew-all thread. Again, absolutely amazing. All added in for free. But the real hero of the piece is the 780 Plus. I know it's on so many people's wish list, and literally one of you will get this machine. Only one of you, and we will never have it again. Once this one is sold, that's it. It is the final countdown. Now, there obviously is a machine that's coming in to replace the 780 Plus. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the specs are, but I do know that it's going to be £3,000 plus pounds. So if you want all this functionality, all this professional kit for £2,289, today's the day. Just wanted to mention that. You get loads of other feet, by the way, of course. Quilting foot, darning foot, a regular walking foot. You get all of your usual piecing, decorative stitching, over edging, that kind of thing. You get all of those feet too. You also get gliding quilting feet. You get your buttonhole and your button sewing foot. It's just amazing. Absolutely beautiful machine. And you get that professional grade 1/4-inch foot and that professional grade walking foot as well in there. It's just incredible, and will really, really take your sewing to new heights. For me, one of the most important things is that throat space. 11 inches of throat space, and that, if I'm going to turn the machine straight on, that throat space, 11 inches, is nearly double what you get in a standard sewing machine, nearly double. Now just think about the ease that this is going to bring to quilting your quilts, to making your larger projects. This is what we would consider a long arm sewing machine. And it really is head and shoulders above, really, most of the other machines that we have. If you can get this home, honestly, it's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant machine. You get so many different stitches. You get loads of different alphabets, a memory. You can combine stitches to create new ones. Just fab, absolutely brilliant. And I love the way that the stitches are organised into categories. Utility stitches, buttonholes, applique stitches. You've got decorative, pictorial. You've got straight stitch, needle plate. You've got industrial needle plate stitches. Look at all those alphabets. Just fab. Absolutely fab. Marie says, morning Stuart, wet, windy and dark here in Islington, but lovely, cheerful Sewing Street to watch. Got to go and do bloods check today. Hope you get on all right. Not looking forward to going out. I'll be in Islington in March for the Stitch Festival. Hopefully see you there. Steph says, morning Stuart, horrible day, cheered up by your presence. Oh, bless you. Cheered up by us all being together here on Sewing Street. Let's see what's coming up on our day today. Let's look at the menu. So, first up, new year, new hobby, we are bag making. All the bag kit and caboodle and some books and patterns to get you started. At 9 o'clock, I'm going to be joined by Hayley West for Handmade by Hayley. We're going to be doing mock-a-block and looking at some of her fabulous bag patterns too. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got an hour of bag making fabrics. We've also got a fabulous last of the Easy Stack Quilts book, which we launched yesterday on Sewing Street. This is by Paula Doyle. She's an amazing quilter. Such cool effects, such an easy technique. None of the fabrics that we had yesterday are in stock anymore, but we've got some different ones. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a demo. That's coming up at 10 o'clock, but we've got the last of the stock of Easy Stack Quilts, which is a brilliant kaleidoscope effect with large scale fabric. If you didn't see yesterday, you're going to love it, but get your book while you can. Right, okay, at 11 o'clock, we start a 2-hour special with Hayley, who is an expert on Husqvarna sewing machines and overlockers. We have got 3 fabulous machines. We've got a mechanical sewing machine for all your basic sewing needs. That comes with some free Madeira thread. We've also got an incredible combined sewing and embroidery machine. It's going to blow your socks off. Amazing functionality. And then we've also got an overlocker from Husqvarna, which also comes with overlocking thread. Oh, I should have said, actually, the combined sewing and embroidery machine, you know the amazing Madeira wooden chest with all the gorgeous thread? It's like £159. It comes with that. You get that for free. Anyway, a really fantastic morning. So glad to have your company. Let's get into it. Right. We're going to start with some instructions. Some instructions that are mine. It is for the trio of bags. This is the trio of bag patterns, and I designed these around some rather lovely handles. We had some circular handles, some sort of trapezoid handles, and some kind of little archy handles like these. But you can also make them without. If you choose, you can put straps on or use sew-on handles. So you get all 3 patterns for the bags here. There's like a drawn-up knitting bag. There's a gorgeous bag with outer pockets and big roomy interior. And then there's also a really stylish handbag. Hello, looking very ginger. Looking very, very strange colour. Very strange. Not that being ginger is a strange colour, but I look a strange colour for me. Look, just there's the picture, and there's the real me. Do you? Is it? Anyway, I digress. Anyway, you get 3 different bag patterns, all in one. There are the individual bags. Could have done them as 3 separate patterns, but I thought it would be lovely to have all 3 together for £11.99. 7th of October, if you want the demos. I demoed a few of them on that day. But all the tutorials are in the pattern anyway, and a really great start. If you've never made bags before, you could start right here. I used H640 in the middle one. Nothing at all in this one, and some Bows-Lin form. So you get to try out the different interfacings as well. So there's lots of new techniques in there, lots of things to try. I used a twist lock here. You can also use a magnetic fastening. So lots of different options there, and a good basic pattern to get you started on your bag making journey. Now, I've also written a bag making book, which is called Bags for Life. Now the £12.99. I know. Well, the thing is, the book should be £20. So we just have this tradition here on Sewing Street of selling it for £12.99. But anyway, you get 21 bag patterns in the book. We've got very limited quantities, by the way. It's a hardback book, just to prove it. You get Lovely picture of me, if you'd like, you see. Standing on a street corner, absolutely. And then the book is divided up. So you've got all your basic techniques, your materials, your how-tos to start with. And then we get into what I like to refer to as the meat and potatoes of the book. And it's divided up, really, my starting point was, why would you need a bag? And of course, there are so many reasons, but we start off with a trip to the market, shopping bags. So we've got shopping trolley bags that fit a small or a large trolley, a trifold wallet, fun to make, lovely little make that, produce bags that are as light as a feather, so we can get rid of the plastic, an expanding shopping bag that folds up into a tiny little roll. And then I thought, a day at the beach. Let's go to the beach. A convertible tote and towel. It looks like a tote. Pull down on the zip and it opens out into a massive beach towel with pockets. Jeanette's got in touch. Highly recommend the Bags for Life. I've made a few and they are superbly easy to put together. Jeanette, I love you. Thank you. Splash-proof beach bag, fully lined with, I use shower curtain, but you could use ripstop for that, and also inside the pocket, good bag to take to the gym or to the swimming pool. The Essential Hobo, Deputy Jones made about a gazillion of those. Everyone she knows has got one of those as a present and they all love them. Are we still, no, we're going for a picnic now. Lunch bags, roll down lunch bags, useful those. Picnic bags, yeah, nice big picnic bag. Lots of pockets, plates, napkins. You get a napkin pattern as well. A bottle carrier. Of course, there had to be room for a snack as well. I'm not an animal. Well, yes. This is the picnic blanket bag. So it's a bit like a rucksack, but then it opens up into a picnic blanket. And this would also be good for things like a play mat. And then a great afternoon in. What could that possibly entail? Crafting. Hello. Craft caddy and storage cubes. Love that. A knit and crochet project bag for $12.99, the whole book. A sewing machine cover with pockets as well to store things like the pedal. A vinyl zippered pouch with a clear window. 13 of the book left. A meeting in the city. Let's go all highbrow. A little messenger bag to throw over your shoulder. An attaché. Very smart. A multi-wear city bag. That's so much fun to make. And easy peasy. And then I thought, after all that, we need a weekend in the country. So we've got a weekend warrior, weekender bag to put all our clothes and things in. We've got an essential roll-up bathroom organiser that hangs on the back of the door. Also really good for art materials and rolls up. You've got a toiletry bag that when you open it out has a zippy pouch, space pockets for your brushes and tools, and then also a zippy vinyl pocket to store things in. And finally, resources and acknowledgements. Any pattern pieces you need are in an envelope in the back. All of that, 21 projects for $12.99. I was just going to say it would make a very good Christmas present. I mean, Christmas has proved so popular, we have it every year, don't we? Susan from Norfolk says, hi Stuart, made an organiser bag. They had to make another, and then had to make another 2 for family and friends. That's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. Thank you for that. Once people see your bag, they say, oh, where did you get that? I made it. I made it. Sandra says, morning, lovely Stuart. Wet in Glasgow. Bank holiday up here. Yes. Back to work tomorrow. Enjoy the bank holiday, my love. Hilary says, morning, lovely. Stuart says, you're so funny. I agree, the photo wasn't your true colour. No. Now, double-sided basting tape from Clover. This is your double-sided tape, isn't it? So things like for zips, You've got double-sided tape, so putting in zips for bag making. Also, if you're working with something like PU or leather where you can't pin it, if you're making things like shoulder straps where you would normally maybe fold an edge in and then fold the fabric over to make a double shoulder strap, you would just use the tape inside and basically glue the strap together and then just top stitch it. Very easy. Very easy. This is absolutely fine to work through your sewing machine. It won't gum up your needle. It's designed to be sewn through. So very good for things like zips, shoulder straps, and there's a multitude of uses for it. Great if you're doing those, you know those zips you get inside bags where it's like a letterbox with a zip behind them? Just put the double-sided tape either side of the zip and then stick it behind the window, and it won't shift or move. You get 7 meters in the roll for $5.99, so plenty of zips you can put in with that. Don't be tempted, by the way, to use regular double-sided tape. They will gum up your needle. They're not designed to be washed or used in that way. Always use things that are safe for fabric and for sewing. But Clover, amazing brand, really, really useful product that. And the kind of thing that we get in, flies out, and then we all have to wait for it to come back in again. So the image on the web, by the way, if you're wondering why it looks different, is an old image. The packaging is different. It's exactly the same product inside. Okay, $5.99 for that. The book Bags for Life is about to sell out. Well done if you got that. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Still got COVID, you poor thing. My little granddaughter Ella thinks she is never going to see me again, bless her. Oh, she will, Maria, she will. 2 days is a long time when you're small, isn't it? And nothing when you're our age. Now, over 25% of that tape has gone. Make sure if you want it, you check out your basket. Now, we've got some HT2 from Gutermann. What's that, you ask? Well, just every bag maker's go-to glue. This is a textile glue. It's not just for bag making, but is absolutely fantastic if you're using glue-in metal handles or clasps on bags. It's also fantastic. You can use this for joining things like trims or cords. It is fantastic. It's machine washable. It's a textile glue. This isn't, like your standard Bostik glue or, super glue or anything like that. This is designed for sewing. This is designed to use in sewing projects, and it's washable. So, this is the only thing that you should be using in your bag making. Yeah. Got a question? Oh no, the book is sold out. Jacqueline, will you be getting any more? Yeah, of course we will. Yeah, we will. Not today, but we will, of course, get more in. Don't worry. Don't worry. Another question. Morning, Stuart. I love the bag book. You've inspired me to make something new this year. Can I also make them to sell? Jacqueline, of course you can. Of course you can. The only caveat on that, and usually on any angel policy, is that you don't use it to make more than 500 of a particular item. So I think you'll be all right, Jacqueline. It's just to stop, like a factory saying, oh, that's a nice wallet, we'll copy it. But that's all. Yes, you can make and sell. For profit, for charity, whatever you want. Right, let's do some zips. Zips on a roll. Now, this is our zip on a roll. We have got the most amazing denim zip on a roll. Let's do denim and gold first. How cool is this? It's a number 5 zip. You get 4 meters in one continuous roll, which means you literally just cut off the amount that you want. So if you're making a zip pouch, that might be 7, 8, 9 inches, something like that for a zip pouch. Imagine how many bags you can get out of one roll. Or if you're making one of those bags that has a long zip that goes all the way around it. Absolutely superb for that. If you're making my convertible tote and towel to take to the beach, again, you need about 30 inches of zip. Easy when you've got this. So it's like a sort of almost aged, stone-washed denim trim and then nylon gold teeth. So you can cut these with scissors, you can sew over them with your machine, just go slowly. They're number 5 zips, so you will need some number 5 zip pulls to go with. We've got those in the show. I'll just show you this kind of zip pull. I mean, we've got various different ones, and these just fit on the end. The easiest way is with a zip jig, but sometimes if I'm very, very lucky, there we go, I can just pull it on. There we go. So that's awesome, isn't it? I'm really excited about being able to do that too, Hannah. Hey, check me out. You impressed? Yeah. Hayley West is impressed now. So if you want some zip pulls to go with, here they are. It's a pack of 5. So you get 5 zip pulls, all in gold, and they're really they're not basic. They're not basic at all. But they are our sort of plainest zip pull. There we go. There's the 4 of them. Obviously one on there. For $4.99. So they work out at about £1 each. So obviously lots of you multi-buying these. They are terrific. The zipper tape is actually really, really easy to get the zip on. If you can't get it on just as easily as that, the thing to do is keep one the same, just as it is, and then the other one, trim the tape away for about maybe ½ an inch, and then put this side in first, and then this side in, and you can pull it through. There's loads of YouTubes on how to do it. You can get a little zip jigger to pull them on as well if you want. So, yeah, really good things. They're lovely, very stylish, very good quality as well, those. So that's our denim zip on a roll with gold teeth. We've also, wait till you see this. This is kind of pastel rainbow and a teddy bear. Look, isn't that love? It's like Care Bear zip. It's lovely. Really like that. Now these are good for if you want to do dressmaking and you want a chunky exposed zip. I think this is really cool. Really cool. You could put these on a weekender bag. That would be super stylish. It's lush, isn't it? Really lovely. And I think as well, with the rainbow, you've got lots of options in terms of the zip pulls that would go with it. For example, I'm just going to show you this. We've got these gorgeous vintage sewing machine in Aurora Borealis. How cool is that? And that would fit really well. Plain zip, silver. Oh, the plain zip pulls in silver. I don't think I've got plain zip pulls in silver. I don't have plain zip pulls in silver. But the rainbow, that's gorgeous. These you buy individually. But I think you've got lots more options because I think the gold would work. I think we've got a silver. How cool are these? Let's do the rainbow first. I'll just grab the little board. So it's Aurora Borealis, or kind of like oil on water effect. And that sewing machine, oh, hello, there we go. That sewing machine is both sides. I've seen this sewing machine from both sides now. Ba, 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 ba. I was watching an interview with Joni Mitchell last night. She is so cool. She is so cool. She's one of my favourite musicians of all time. Becky says, morning, lovely Stuart. My birthday has just been made better by having you presenting today. Oh, you gorgeous lady. Becky, Becky. Happy birthday, my lovely. Oh, happy birthday. Lovely. I can't sing out loud for reasons of copyright, but... So that's the rainbow sewing machine. Let's do gold. I love only gold. Gold's lovely. Just a special little zip pull. They're $1.99 each. They're a little bit special, but I mean, that's a really good price. I've bought lots of zip pulls online which have been £2.50, £3 a piece. So to get these for $1.99, absolutely terrific. What about a special sewing, almost like a pencil case, but for your rotary cutter? Take that along to classes. Be really cool, wouldn't it? There we go. I'm on fire today. These are really easy to get on our zips. They are really easy to get on. There we go. Yeah, lovely. It does work well with rainbow, doesn't it? I just think with the rainbow, you've got more options because it's not a colour, it's lots of colour, and you can mix and match a bit more that way. Because you haven't always got the perfect zip pull, have you? Good to multi-buy these. Get them when you see them. And then we've also got silver, which is classy, isn't it? It's just, I think silver always looks classy. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're lovely. I like silver metalware for bags. And that would go really nicely. Actually, I've got this zip here, which is the black tape with the, we'll do that next, but that would look really nice with that, wouldn't it? Very, very smart. Okay, so that's that one. Should we do that zip? So this is 4 meters of zip on a roll, black tape, and more of a sort of primary rainbow. You've got that kind of red and green and blue, and I love you've got kind of silvery white in between. 4 meters of zip, and then you just buy the zip pulls that you want to go with this. The silver sewing machine would be nice with this. That would be lovely. This also would be really nice for dressmaking, I think. I'm just thinking, thanks, Kat. I'm just thinking, you know, like a black dress with a zip up the back would be really nice. If you go to the dressmaker's ball, you could use the sewing machine, couldn't you? There we go, and that's on now. So there it is on the rainbow. Doesn't that look lovely in the silver? And of course, as well, you can do double zips as well. So if you want a bag that's got 2 zip pulls, so you can open it out that way, that's easy enough to do as well with this zip on a roll. It's fab stuff, absolutely fabulous. Love it. Great time to stock up on your bag making basics, this, because we don't often have shows that are just bag making stuff. And it's so useful, so stashable. Just to let you know as well, the sewing machine zip pulls, they're all for number 5 zips. They're all the same size. The photographs look wildly different, but they are all the same, I promise you. Right. One more zip pull? No? Oh, yes, the white. Oh, the web image doesn't match this at all, but I'm showing you, so that's okay. Blue, silver, gold, and pink. That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, really like that. Again, just really funky, cool. For me, this is very Studio 77. You know? You could see this on a lot of bags from Studio 77. And really economical. When you think about how many, even if you're talking, say, like an 18-inch zip, you know, you're going to get so many. It's great value. Absolutely brilliant value for $14.99. Okay, now, what should we do next? Yes, right. Now then, originally I think we bundled these for my borrow bag. We did these for my borrow bag. We'll start with rainbow right here. So in the bundle, you get one strap slider in rainbow. You get 2 lobster clasps, same 1-inch aperture, and 2 1-inch aperture D-rings. So the idea with this is that you can, principally, you can make a removable shoulder strap. So your D-rings would be attached to the sides of your bag with tabs, so they're a permanent fixture. Your lobster clasps are added to your shoulder strap so that they can be clipped on or taken off. So that's lovely if you've made a bag that's got maybe a short handle for carrying in your hand or over your shoulder, but occasionally you want to be able to add on a shoulder strap. And then of course this goes on your shoulder strap as well, so it's fully adjustable and can be worn crossbody or on your shoulder. Great value at £8.26 for 5 essential pieces, all in that Aurora Borealis. You save £1.50 buying the bundle. And again, so good to stash. Imagine those rainbow colours with something like some Tula Pink. If you're making a besties, the kind of thing you need to get when you see it, because metalware, good metalware for bags is hard to find and good to find. And what an amazing price. That is an amazing price. That is an amazing price. We have that kind of bulk buying power, so we can get it to you at the best price. And they are really sturdy, really fantastic quality. They're not thin and flimsy. Absolutely brilliant. This is going close towards selling out. So if you want the rainbow, grab them now. Right, we're going to do the silver next. Did you like that? I'm more flexible already, aren't I? Check me out. Right. Oh, Vix is watching. Morning, Vix. Oh, Vicky Carroll. Oh, Happy New Year, darling. Still haven't met your babies. When are you going to bring them in? Right, so silver. We've got the silver lobster class, 1-inch aperture, 1-inch aperture strap slider, and the D-rings as well, £6.46. So same thing again. Now, you don't only use them this way. You can make a really lovely clasp or closure for something like a flap coming down, little strap attached to the flap, little strap attached to the bottom of your bag. So you can close your bag like that. So you'd have 2 of those. And then you've got a strap slider as well. This can also be used as like a buckle closure that you would have, so a strap could go through that and pull up tight. Super popular. Half the stock's gone already of the silver. Again, super quality. And these are metal, they're not plastic. They're really strong and sturdy. They give a bag a really sort of high-end look. However simple the bag, and whatever your level of sewing, good metalware elevates your bag making projects, makes them look better, makes them look more professional. So that's the silver. And then I also have gold. Now there is one piece missing on the gold, but look, you do get 2 of the lobster clasps, 2 of the D-rings, and 1 of the strap slider. So £6.46 again, gold this time. And I'm just going to grab this for a second because we've got these beautiful handles in the hour. And these also, look, this would clip on. So, I mean, how classy. Can you imagine that on a bag? So just get 2 sets of these. I mean, really, such a good price. They are well worth stashing. All right, shall we do those handles? Let's do those handles. Fast and furious, I love it. Right, so these handles, gorgeous tan faux leather, and then you've got your gold-covered, coloured finials and clips there. So these are going to clip onto D-rings. So you'll need to get your D-rings separately. But then these are removable handles. So again, this might be a bag that normally you wear over your shoulder, and you want to be able to have removable short handles. Such an easy, classy addition to a bag. And they really can sort of completely change the look. Very, very nice, these. Lengthwise, I'm just going to measure these. Let's see, the handle itself, 12.5 inches. So 12.5 inch from finial to finial, and then including the rings, the clasps, 15.5 inches. Oh, Wendy's messaged in. Morning, my darling. Hope you and the team have a great day. Enjoying the show, Stuart. Glad to hear it. Stick around. We've got Hayley West coming up very shortly, actually, with her mocha block system. Loads of patchwork. Really looking forward to that. Now, those are the handles in tan. Let's have a look at them in black. Got them in black. Really nice picture, actually, of these handles in action on a black and white bag. I mean, look at that. That's Chanel, that's Yves Saint Laurent, that's stylish and smart. Isn't that gorgeous? You can, of course, also use these as replacement handles, perhaps for an existing bag you already have, which is looking a bit tired and worn. So same thing, black faux leather handles, strong and sturdy. I mean, they're really, really nicely made. Gorgeous metalware at the bottom. And you get the pair. You get the pair for $11.99. And gosh, now I'm a bit addicted to using ready-made handles on my bags that I make, because however gorgeous they're looking, they suddenly go whoosh when you put the handles on, you know? They just look so smart. Love those. Is that your hand, Bruce? Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Say. Right, now then, more sew-on handles this time. These are sew-on. Faux leather. I've got 3 colour choices. I've got the tan, I've got red, and I've got black. Oh, let's start with tan. So, lengthwise on these, something similar, you think. About 16 inches. 16 inches in length. So these, again, faux leather. They have a thick cord stitched through the centre. So they're strong and sturdy. They have the holes already punched in the bottom. So they're super easy to sew on. So I'm just going to grab, let me see if I've still got it. No, I don't. No, I don't. But these would work on my trio of bag pattern. Yeah, that I had earlier on. You could add these on as an alternative to using the acrylic or plastic handles. But they're really easy. You sew them on with either a back stitch, or you can use a saddle stitch. $8.99. Yeah, they'd work on any of those bags, really. Love those. We've got them in black. If in doubt, black or tan. And again, these are the kind of things I stash. I stash handles. It's also a really quick finish, because the bag often takes next to no time. Message. Good morning, Stuart, from Vian. Vian, good morning. How are you? How's the family? And then finishing off, cherry red. Cherry red. This is gorgeous. Imagine just a plain black bag or a navy and white bag. Think about the summer, the beach, Saint-Tropez or Scarborough. Red handles on a bag. Beautiful, beautiful. Hayley's nodding her head vigorously. You like a bit of nautique?
Oh yeah, navy red.
Navy, red, white, beautiful. Always looks gorgeous. Also really lovely on a black bag. Gorgeous. Right, faux leather magnetic snaps. Oh, okay. Are they? Oh, yes, they are. Are they? Are they? Oh, now then, we've got some lovely hardware here. Look at this, look at this. Right, so these were the very first bit of extra I ever added to a bag. We'll start with the navy. So this is real leather this time, $4.99. The value's incredible. 2-part, magnetic snap, and literally all you do is sew this part onto the flap of a bag. Your holes are already punctured, so you just hand stitch it on just at the top there. So that hangs on the flap. And then the lower part, again, holes are already punched. You sew that onto the bag and then they just snap together. It's such a smart fastening for a bag. So that's in the navy, $4.99. Lots of you checked out on that before we came to air. Can we do tan next? So tan next, I'll just pull those apart so you can see the two halves. Again, if in doubt, it's such a classy finish to a bag. I used lots of these in Bags for Life. Just love them. That's the tan. Cream next. And again, remember, these are real leather. These are real leather, so incredibly hard wearing. They all have this sort of brushed antique brass effect, metal. And then last of all, oh, I'm sorry. Have you opened a packet of biscuits in the gallery? Are you distracted? Oh, Kim says, morning, enjoying the show as bag making is my favourite thing. You and a lot of people. It's such a popular side of sewing, isn't it, bag making? And certainly once I got into it, very, very addictive. It's such a quick fix as well. If you feel like doing a bit of sewing and making something, it's a quick fix. Black to finish. Real leather. Real leather, absolutely brilliant quality. If you go for the faux leather ones, I've seen Prim do one. It's about $11.99 for one, $4.99 for real leather. Amazing, amazing value. They're gorgeous, Hayley. Hayley's setting up a next show, but she's more interested in this one. I don't blame you. Checking it twice. I have got some more metalware now. Now, just to show you here, these are fab. We don't often have these. Let's start with the rainbow. I'm actually going to put them onto this board because it'll be a bit clearer. I'm going to grab a lobster clasp. Now, what you've got, you get 2 of these, and essentially these are for attaching a shoulder strap. Okay, so this is what you would do. So you can either use something like webbing or make your own. And this is a little bit narrow for these, but the webbing would go through here. So this would fix onto the bag. Okay, and then on your shoulder strap, you would put a lobster clasp or a dog lead clip, and then that clips on there. So it's a really sort of high-end look. It's very smart and stylish. Shoulder bag, weekend bag, you know, duffel bag, something like that, or maybe rucksack. Something quite sort of, you know, chunky and strong, robust. They're really lovely. $4.99, and that's for 2 in the rainbow. And then I've also got them in silver. Same principle. The aperture, by the way, just so that you know, and I'll tell it you in mil because that tends to be 34, is it? 34 mil. No, 34 mil. What does it say? That's because it's going across the whole width of the bottom. But the aperture that you're going to put your fabric through So inch-wise, it's 1¼ not quite 1½. It's about 1 3/8. So there's your aperture. You'd use 1½ inch webbing. Morning, what thread do you use to attach the leather buckles, says Stella in Essex. You can use linen thread, is fabulous because it's so strong and sturdy. That's the best. If you can't get that, then something like waxed cotton that's used for hand quilting is good, or run regular sewing thread through beeswax. If you haven't got any beeswax, run it through a tea-light candle just to strengthen it, to wax the thread a little bit. That's a good little tip. Double thread, you can even use something like cotton perlé or embroidery floss, a couple of strands of embroidery floss. Use something that matches or something that contrasts, you know, play around with it. You're working either a double running stitch or a back stitch or a saddle stitch to attach it, so it'll be strong and sturdy. They're really good to use, give them a try. Right, want to finish on lobster clasps. H640. Yeah, we've got the lobster clasps if you need them. Have a look on the website. Our early bird today was H640, which is one of our favourite products here at Sewing Street for bag making. Many hundreds of you have checked out it already. Normal price is £5.99 per half metre. Your early bird price today is £4.99 a half metre. You save £1, and that is fantastic on such a hero product. H640 is a fusible fleece, a polyester fleece, like a batting. It has a fusible web on one side that you activate with a 2-spot iron, a medium hot iron, and it's 90 centimetres wide. Half a metre is £4.99, but this is cut to order. So if you order 3 units, and actually over 90% of you who've ordered this have ordered multiple units, they will come joined together in one continuous piece. So if you order 4 units, you'll get 2 metres of H640 in one piece. You'll save yourself £4 on those 2 metres. Right, we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, I'm joined by the fabulous Hayley West with her innovative, fabulous mocha block system, some gorgeous bag patterns, and a whole load of tips and tricks. Don't go anywhere.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hey everybody, it's fantastic to have your company. Happy New Year. If you're just joining us and it's the first time this year, new year, new hobby, whole new attitude.
Absolutely.
Or maybe just picking up something that you've done in the past that you've forgotten about and have just rediscovered or are about to. This hour is spent with me and the fabulous Hayley West.
Hello, my darling. I have been so looking forward to this. I really have.
Tell me why.
Because of you.
Oh, stop.
We're like
And
ships
by stop, I mean keep going.
we're like ships in the night, though, aren't we? We don't
No,
get
we
a
are
chance
normally.
to have a proper chat to
No, it's
get to know
fab.
people. So,
And I've been
yeah.
looking at your mock-a-block system. What a cool idea. I love it. But we're starting with a bit of bag making, which I love. This is the hobby bag. It's repeatedly sold out, sold out, sold out. We can't get it back in fast enough. We've got the pattern back in stock today. It's the hobby bag. Tell me about it.
Well, bags usually evolve through a personal need, for me anyway, because I figure that if I need it in my life and I use it in my life, then you guys out there will as well. And this is one of the ones where I wanted to take everything with me when I was going from place to place to make sure that I'd got everything that I needed. So that's how the hobby bag evolved. Now, this is a bag that has been made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times by different people for different scenarios. Ones that you've got there is my sewing one, but I've got them at home for toiletries when I go overnight stays. I've got kids sometimes put elements in there for, you know, when you go to the restaurants and keeping the kids busy while waiting for the food to come.
No, I never take children to restaurants. But I understand. I understand the principle.
You've seen it. I'm sure you'll have seen it. And the idea is, with this bag, you can either take the whole thing with you, and you can fit a lot in there. And you've also got those removable
Do we get the inserts?
pouches.
We get how to make these?
You do indeed.
Oh,
Now,
look at this.
You can attach those with hook and loop, so as they can stay in if you wanted to. But again, those could be your essentials that you need just for that particular class or that particular project.
Wow.
But everything else in
Oh
there.
my goodness, there's more in the bottom as well. Look, clear vinyl pocket here. Okay, room for your multi-mat. You've got your inserts. Oh, this is incredible. Absolutely essential. You could build this up over a period of time, actually, couldn't you?
Well, it depends on how much stuff you put in it. You could go for multiples of those pockets. That was the idea, that it was almost like a book that you got all of those pockets in there. But of course, with me, it didn't take long to start filling those pockets. That's why there's only one set of
It's
inserts.
true. Whatever you've got, you need more. Quarter of the stock's gone already. This pattern repeatedly sells out again and again and again, and I can see why. That's amazing. I'd like to maybe do a bit of EPP patchwork.
Absolutely, yeah. Make up your own fabric.
Along the sides, maybe. This would be gorgeous in faux leather.
Do it in so many different ways, and I've seen loads of different versions of it. And yeah, it's just an easy bag to create. And the beauty is there's no kind of resizing of the pattern or anything like that. It's all true sizes.
Oh, I mean, let me just grab the pattern and show you what Hayley's talking about. This is, well, it's really like our book, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's huge. All of your instructions all laid out for you. And then you've got all of these pattern pages, all really high quality, single-sided printing as well. So you're not having to trace things off. You've got everything. All of these pattern pieces included. Over a third of the stock has now gone. If you want the hobby bag pattern, you are going to need to be quick. What a brilliant, brilliant bag to make. You could take this travelling. It would go under the seat. When you're travelling by train or by plane.
Yeah, footwell of the car. Also, there's a QR code as well on the pattern and the instructions as well, where there's a video tutorial on my YouTube channel. So if you do like to kind of follow, then yeah, go there too.
Yeah, brilliant. Love an instructional video.
Always useful.
Yeah. In terms of level, Hayley, what kind of level sewer do I need to be, or bag maker?
So this is a tricky one, because I am a firm believer that the passion will see you through. So
Right,
if you
that's
like the
nice.
project, you will persevere and do it step by step. Everything is broken down. So even maybe somebody who's done a little bit of sewing, maybe you made a cushion, maybe you've inserted a zip into things.
Yeah.
So if you've got the kind of foundations, but you're learning to work with your PVC, you're learning to work with hook and loop, you're learning to put zips in, zips that go on this particular occasion all around the parameter.
Absolutely.
But it's one of those ones that I suppose you could look at it and say maybe intermediate, confident sewer, but don't shy away from it if you are a novice sewer.
I always say committed beginner.
That's a really nice
If you're a
phrase, I like that.
committed
Yeah,
beginner.
exactly.
Because, I mean, you've got videos that you can watch. There's always YouTube. There's always reruns of Sewing Street. Take it at your own pace. Over half the stock's gone. Let's have another quick look at the bag. So you've got that. Love these tassels, by the way.
I love a tassel.
Oh, hello. It's big zip round the front. So the front of the bag will open right up. And then inside, look, you've got that fabulous vinyl pocket here in the top with a zip. So much room in there. And, of course, everything's clearly visible. Then you've got your insert pages, if you like the pages of a book. Again, you've got zip pockets, you've got hook and loop pockets, clear vinyl.
And it's personal choice. You might not like the hook and loop. You might want to put zips on every pocket, which you can do because you're making it. It's your bag.
Yeah. And then, couldn't agree more with that, actually. You can really
just
adapt this,
it.
can't you? Show your own personality. And then in the bottom of the bag, look, another vinyl pocket here in the base of the bag, space for your clips. Again, if you wanted to, you could do that as a zipper pocket. This could be your instruction manual for your sewing machine, your feet, your accessories.
Whatever you
if
like.
maybe you're going for the Husqvarna that we've got coming up later
excited
on.
to share that one.
This could be your accessory bag. Now, once everyone has checked out their baskets, we've got less than 30 of the instructions for the hobby bag left. Now, that might sound to you like, oh, that's plenty. We started with hundreds. These are going to sell out, trust me. Hi, Hayley, Stuart and crew. I love the look of the hobby bag for the first aid kit in my mobile home.
That's a clever idea.
A really good idea.
And I am a mobile home owner as well. Well, a motorhome, should I say, not mobile home, but yeah, motor. Well, it's mobile, isn't it? It's
That might have
wheel
said
on each corner.
in fairness. It's got wheels and you live in it.
Absolutely.
I'm very tempted by those. Love the idea of van life.
We need to talk.
This is terrific. And also as well, love these handles. Could go over your shoulder. But also, don't forget, in the last hour, we had those gorgeous triangular metalware.
That's a good point, yeah.
Shoulder strap, longer shoulder strap. If you wanted something like that, you could easily put that on the bag, couldn't you?
That's right. Maybe you want to make it into more of a crossbody.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice idea.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous bag. So popular, though. If you want to get the pattern for the hobby bag, you will have to be quick. We're oversubscribed now. Right, we've got some bundles for the grab and go. I'm going to show you the grab and go very quickly. This is just a gorgeous makeup, toiletries, art materials, your sewing kit. This could be your favourite threads.
And it kind of came about being called the
Lunch
grab
bag.
and go because I didn't want to leave things behind. So I've got them for different scenarios. So if I need my makeup, I take it and I know I've got all the makeup in there.
Exactly.
If I need my crochet, it's all in there. So yeah.
So you almost set them up. Let's start with pattern on its own. Absolute sewer's essential, this, isn't it? This is the grab and go pattern. Pattern on its own. Great value, $9.99. Goodness me, that's great value for a bag you'll make again and again and again. You could, oh my goodness, use this in so many ways. Nice, easy fabric. What sort of size of fabric do we need?
Would you believe you only need a fat quarter for the outside and a fat quarter for the lining? So a half a metre if you're looking at doing everything in the same colour, but if you're wanting to mix up the outsides and the insides, then just a fat quarter of each.
I love that. This one feels like it's got in our 4 minutes, both in our
yeah,
form.
I use a variety of different fillers, for the want of a better phrase. You could use it just by itself if you've got a canvas and you're using maybe a canvas lining and a leather outer. You might not necessarily want to add anything if you want that soft feel. Could be your in our form, and we've got some.
This one's in
there.
our form.
We've got some where are my H640s. We've got some that haven't got any stabiliser in there, but I have used something like the one that you've got there, Lamafix, to firm it up. It's all personal choice.
That's the perfect lunch bag, isn't it?
And
H640.
I noticed you had that on in the last hour, and that's been out of stock for such a long time. Not
Really
just
has.
here, but in the industry as well.
Yeah.
So grab it.
Absolutely ideal. Half a metre would be enough for 2 bags.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thanks, Kat. There it is. H640, fusible fleece. That would easily do 2 bags, wouldn't it?
You might even get more because you only use the fusible or the wadding on one of the fabrics.
Yeah.
So yes, if it's half metre, yes, it would be 2 bags. Yeah.
Yeah, 2
Perfect.
bags. Also thinking, if you've bought scrap bags recently from Sewing Street, large pieces of fabric, you could make loads of bags out of those.
I like the idea of mixing it up. So the main part at the bottom being one fabric, the lid being a different fabric, the lining another fabric, the handle another fabric. Use all those little bits.
Yeah. Or also maybe doing something like a row of EPP rosettes, just a pliqued
Nice,
on
yeah.
top of plain, like maybe something like a denim.
Absolutely,
Can I
yeah.
ask what your angel policy is?
Make and sell.
Brilliant.
There you go.
Make and sell. Can you imagine a stall just full of grab and go bags and hobby bags?
See, as well, we've got the embroidery machine coming up later on. You could personalise it almost as well with that large area, couldn't you?
You really could. You really could. I'm thinking toiletry bags for holidays, or if maybe you're getting married and you're doing that kind of groomsmen go away together for a weekend. Is that a thing? I know bridesmaids do.
Yes,
And
yeah.
you could do a little gift bag for everybody.
And I've actually got...
Not on my wedding, Hannah. Do you know what? That's a different vibe. No, I think spa weekend, little bag.
Any excuse, in my opinion, for a spa weekend.
Really? Little mini bottle of Prosecco.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Lip balm, you know.
That's it.
Yeah, post-it notes. I don't know why you'd
Paracetamol
need
for the
those.
next day. Joking apart, I use mine every single day. It's always in the presenter's dressing room because I literally have got everything that I need in there. I've actually got 2, I don't know whether, Pringle pots, I'm going to say it because I can't think of another way to say it. You know the little ones that you can get on the airplanes when you travel? I've actually got a couple of those and I put my makeup brushes in them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of all, I just open the lid up and everything is there, almost like your dressing table when you're at home.
Love that. Going wild for it. Half the stock of the pattern on its own has already gone. Steph's got in touch to say, morning, Hayley. Happy New Year to you. Looking fab. A multi-talented lady. The new dream team, Hayley and Stuart.
We're
That's
doing
nice.
it. We're doing it.
Fiona's just mentioning about the hobby bag, saying the project bag could be left without internal pockets and would hold a blanket and emergency supplies for car journeys in winter.
It's a really good idea.
Really good idea.
I like that.
I hope you already got your pattern because the hobby bag pattern now has sold out. Well done if you got that. We are 19 minutes into the show. Congratulations, Hayley. You've had your first sellout.
Thank you so much. And it's such a popular item. I mean, we try to bring it back as often as we can. It'll be birthday week that we'll be bringing that back again.
So that's middle of November, February.
You're planning ahead there,
Where
Stuart.
February came from. Wishing my life away. Time really does fly. Just a brilliant bag. Now, we've got some bundles as well, which include the pattern and a panel. Now, we're going to start with the travel. Absolutely delish. Love this one. How cool. How cool is that? If you're an international jet setter, or you just like going to Whitby every weekend.
I love Whitby.
You're an avid traveller. That's great. Again, this could be your lunch bag. It could be for things like your medication when you're travelling. It's just a brilliant way of keeping everything handy that you need for whatever reason.
It could be, you know, when you're on the plane and you've got those little bits and pieces that you just, I mean, I think in there I've got glasses. It might be that you need, I don't know, paracetamol in there. You've got different bits and pieces for your, when you're on the plane.
Water spritzer.
Absolutely, yeah.
For the face. There's nothing like it. If you travel regularly, a little spritzer bottle of water, even for car journeys,
yeah,
just freshens you up.
absolutely.
But these are great. So what you get in your pack, you get your panel, and you get your pattern as well. It's stonking good value. So you get everything on your panel for the outer and the lining. You also, you just literally cut out, fuse to your whatever, your in-our form, your H640, and you add your zip, so add a zip in as well. But you also get your pattern, which has all of your pattern pieces, so you can make this again and again and again. So I think this is a great way of doing it if you've never made a bag before, because this way all your pattern pieces are already kind of done for you.
And I can't remember if it was John or whether it was Bex that said it. You could actually utilise that and add in your own fabric, sneak it out if you wanted to. So if you've got something like a seeded cotton or something like that, you could use that for your lining instead.
Nice. Yes, and then have a plain green bag. Really nice. Single figures left on that already.
I don't know whether it's the travel one that you've got there, but by all means open it up, because the original concept came because we've got at home, now don't judge me on this one, a lot of takeaway containers. And it was like, well, we've got to use these for something. It's such a waste. So the actual design was made so as you can put at least 2 containers in there. You can actually fit 3 in there at the average size. So it might be, which was that's the one. That's the one I think.
Is it this one? Oh, woman after my own heart. Yes. Takeaway container. Well, actually, whether you get takeaways or you can, I sometimes buy these from the supermarket.
Yes, yeah.
But this fits 2 standard takeaway containers.
If you go up into the lid, you can add an extra one in there sometimes, but I tend to put 2 in.
My husband, Hayley, is a complete and utter Lego fanatic.
Oh, have you seen the bricks one?
Well, I have actually, but I've just suddenly I thought,
Yes.
I mean, but you might do jewellery making.
Perfect.
You might do beading. You might do things like cross stitch. You could have all of your threads in boxes inside your grab and go bag. I just think it's a brilliant concept, absolutely superb. Now the travel one has got single figures now. That's going to sell out. Let's do lips next. Also reminds me of Victoria Wood.
Okay.
What's happening in makeup this season? Eyes are popping out, lips are receding.
It always reminds me of my Auntie Jean, because my Auntie Jean is sadly no longer with us. She used to always wear bright red lipstick, and she'd put a lipstick on and she'd do that. And I always remember her for that.
Gorgeous. Or on a tissue.
That's it.
This is fab. So really kind of girly and fun. Teresa's got in touch from Essex. She says, got my pattern the last time Hayley was on. I've made 1 so far. Definitely more to come. Gorgeous.
Oh, fabulous.
This is fab. Love the styling. Absolutely love the styling. This could be toiletries,
It
makeup,
could be. I think that's got makeup in that particular one, or
or
yeah, whatever you
things
like.
like your makeup removing pads.
Yes, yeah.
I
that's a
love
good
these
idea.
ones now that you make with like bamboo toweling and
yeah.
fabric that are washable,
Yes.
reusable. You get your panel, you get your pattern as well. I'll show you the panel. It's got a gorgeous bright pink lining.
A hot pink.
Hot pink. Look at that. So if you've got an embroidery machine or you go for the Husqvarna Jade embroidery and sewing machine, you could add personalisation, maybe the name of the recipient.
Absolutely.
That is gorgeous. Pucker up.
I should have called it that, shouldn't I? That's a good phrase. I might steal
Brilliant
that.
price though, £19.99. So you're paying, you know, £10 for your panel and £9.99 for your pattern. Half the stock's gone already. And also what's really fun about this, I designed a quilt called Lipstick and Nail Polish.
Brilliant.
And it is probably my #1 favourite pattern that people make for like teens and
Yes,
tweens.
yeah.
That difficult age where you want to make for them, but you don't know the style.
Yeah.
This is so cute.
Yeah, that's it. And I'll also add as well, the panels that we've got here, we kind of do limited runs of these. So I think this is probably going to be the last time that we see these particular ones, because we've got new designs that will be coming out in the future.
Yeah. So grab them while you can. Just going to open that one up. I'm not judging, I'm just seeing what makeup
That's
you
all
use.
right.
Very nice, good, yes. Spectacle case. I won't go any further. But that's lovely, isn't it, with that bright pink lining? Delish.
Now, in the actual pattern, it does refer to a little kind of zip pouch that you can pop in the inside. Now, there isn't actually fabric for that on the panel, but there's extra fabrics that you could use. So it's like a little removable purse. I don't know if I've put it in any of those. I don't tend to do it. I did it in the original, but then I found that I didn't really use it. So it's just, you can just attach it with hook and loop if you're wanting to almost like the spine of the bag, between the lid and between the actual main body. So it is detailed in the pattern, and the pattern piece is there, but it's not on your printed sheet, because I wanted you to have, or your printed panel, should I say, I wanted you to have the freedom of choice as whether you made that or not.
Yeah.
So you've got a large piece that will accommodate for it, but you don't have to use it for that.
Cool, cool. No, I like that. Karen's got in touch to say, oh, and Maria's got in touch to say exactly the same thing. They both say, morning, love your jacket, Hayley.
Oh,
Maria asks,
yeah.
where did you get it?
It's actually a Spanish designer, and it's one that kind of inspired me to make my own. But I didn't make this one. People often say, oh, did you make it? And as I usually say, I didn't, but I could have.
Absolutely. Can we just see the back view as well, please?
I think it might have the name on the back,
That
so I
is
don't know how long I
fab.
am allowed to kind of show you. But
Love it.
Yeah, I've had it, oh gosh, years and years and years. Since Noah was a boy, shall we say. So it's a long time.
Love that. Such a busy show. If you want your grab and go, you better grab it quick. Lego blocks next. Oh, sorry.
I think what she meant was bricks.
Bricks. Thank
I
you.
think that's what she meant.
They're not Lego, are they?
They're not, they're
Definitely
just
not
bricks.
Lego. They're just bricks. I don't know where that came from. Right. Look, these are lovely. What are these? Bricks. Bricks. Bricks.
So again, this is another one that I've made, and I don't know where I've actually put the finished version. I think I've left it at home. But it's one that, again, with those little takeaway containers, perfect to take to the restaurant for the kids to have a little bit of play, or the grown-ups to have a play with Lego.
Yeah.
Or
Coloured
bricks.
pencils, art materials.
Absolutely, anything creative. The
Yeah.
primary colours, I think, are lovely in this one.
Yeah, it is. It's cool. Or I tell you the other thing. Speaking as an ex-teacher, if you like maybe primary age children who have got things like phonics cards or look and say cards, you could do like a little or flashcards, numbers, colours, shapes, things like that.
Absolutely,
really
yeah.
could. So teacher gifts as well.
Yeah.
Really nice. So many ways you could use these.
I mean, it all makes sense. I didn't know you were a teacher in the past.
I was a primary, 3 to 11-year-olds.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but I taught in college as well. I taught adults for years as
okay.
well. So, yeah.
I'm learning so much about you.
And adults are exactly the same as 3 or 4 year olds.
Same-
I don't mean
same
that in a
technique,
horrible way at all.
same
but
techniques.
Everyone's got the same needs. Everyone wants to have fun. Everyone wants to enjoy themselves. It's
Absolutely.
lovely. Loved it.
I love learning stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still love teaching workshops. That's my teaching fix.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, the bricks, fab. Primary colours, gorgeous, fun and bright, and also not kind of specifically gendered either.
Absolutely, yes.
Like that. Last bundle is the lunch. The lunch. Now, you have used Lamifix on
I
this.
have, and I'll be honest with you, it's the first time that I've used Lamifix on something that's three-dimensional, and it was a little bit tricky because it gives a lot of stability to the fabric. So I potentially would just use something like Eau-de-Coat, which I hadn't actually got at the time.
Yeah.
Which is why I went down the Lamifix route. But yeah, you could make this up and then use your Eau-de-Coat, paint it on afterwards.
Could I use a nice soft oilcloth for
Yes,
this?
yeah,
Because I'm
yeah.
thinking Sarah. Can't remember her surname. Our lovely. Go on.
Little
Sarah.
Wolves and Beyond.
Patterson, Cat,
Yay.
you're amazing. Sarah Patterson
Yes.
does amazing, like waterproof coated fabrics that are really soft and supple.
Perfect, yes.
That would be great.
Yeah.
But we do have a fabulous panel, which you could Eau-de-Coat.
Well, I suppose you could Eau-de-Coat it before you even stitch it, couldn't
Yeah.
you? And it's in the perfect format
sure.
there before you even cut it out.
Yeah. I mean, just a bag you're going to make again and again and again. All the elements there on your panel. That's effectively £10, £9.99 for your pattern, £19.99 for the bundle. Inside, you're going to put either maybe an interfacing,
Thermal web?
H640 Thermalam.
Yeah, that's it. So many
Thermalam.
different brands that do,
Yeah.
if you're wanting to.
Or that
Keeps it
sort
hot
of-
and cold.
Heat insulating batting. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. And the zip insertion.
I use an 18-inch zip, but you could use a longer zip and make it shorter. You could use 2 zips if you wanted that double pull look, if you wanted to as well.
Yeah. Is that something that a beginner could tackle?
Yes, yeah, again, it's just take your time. Again, there's video tutorials. There's actually one that's due to be uploaded, which is the one with the kind of the burst one that's closest to me. There's a few different versions of how you can put it together. Some of them incorporate a little bit of hand sewing, some of them incorporate binding, and it's kind of a pattern that was created with the binding effect, but then it's kind of evolved. So people have regularly asked me, and I filmed it, but I just haven't had a chance to kind of upload it onto the old internet.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for doing videos, because I know a lot of people are visual learners who love to see. Now, pattern on its own, £9.99, absolutely fantastic pattern. I desperately want this pattern now. It's brilliant.
One, my darling. You can have one.
Oh, brilliant. This is the pattern for Hayley's, handmade by Hayley, grab and go bag. So many reasons why we need 20 of these bags in our lives, don't we?
Are you talking earlier on about addicted to certain bag styles? And yeah, this is one that you'll find yourself doing over and over again for so many different scenarios.
Well, again, I'm thinking now another reason to make it, when you go to get your Chinese takeaway, you need one which has got that foil lining to keep your takeaway hot.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Oh, now Hannah's just saying, where am I going to eat it? But Charlie and I never take Chinese takeaway home. So we have this routine. It came in lockdown.
Okay.
We drive about 40 minutes from home.
Okay, right.
We're actually flying to China. It's not a quick, easy meal.
Wow.
But we drive about 40 minutes.
Okay.
It's our favourite Chinese takeaway. We get the food, and then we go to this beautiful spot in the country, middle of nowhere. And that's where we have it. And we take a bag. So we've got a bag all set up. With all the
this
things
is
that
so
we need.
sweet. Oh, we love it. I need to try that.
That's what we do.
We just phone and get it delivered.
No.
So, not romantic at all.
Seriously, it is years since we last had a Chinese takeaway at home.
Turns it into an experience, doesn't it? Which
Oh,
is
yeah.
nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I mean, bear in mind, we're sitting in a van eating Chinese
No, you
takeaway out of
stop here.
plastic boxes.
Stop.
I've ruined it. Killed it. Absolutely killed it. £9.99 for the pattern. You will not stop at making 100. Now, don't forget, H640 would be the perfect interlining for this project.
Absolutely.
And it just so happens to be our early bird today. You get £1 off per half metre, £4.99. £4.99 for the H640. That's for half a metre. And that's actually enough to do 2 bags. 2 of these bags. Amazing value. So that works out at what? £2.50 per bag for your interlining. Stonking. Love it. Right. Mocha block.
Yes.
So excited about this.
Oh, bless you. And thank you for your enthusiasm as well. I appreciate that. Now, Mocha block is all about designing quilt blocks. And or fabric, I suppose you could do if you're wanting to use your fabric for another project. But it all came about because I'm a big advocate for taking away all of the kind of the fussiness of learning and keeping it as simple as you possibly can, especially in the initial stages when you're gaining your confidence. As time goes on, you may well kind of grow and learn lots of different quilting techniques, but initially I wanted to keep it simple, which is where Mocha block was born, if you like that phrase. So within your kit, you're going to get all the components that you need that are going to help you create your own blocks. So you will have 4 corners, and these will come together. You've almost got like jigsaw pieces, so they will come together. You've got your extenders, which are in there, which mean you can go from 9 patch to 16 patches when you're creating your blocks. And then you've got your pieces. Now, I've put them into little bags. They don't come like this, but I've separated them up because you are going to get large squares, and you will get 4 of those. And you'll notice on these, they've all got 3 inches on there because that's the physical size of these. Doesn't mean that you have to make your patches in a 3-inch scenario. It's basically a visual tool that will help you to design. You then go on and decide if you do want to create larger patches. But for the simplest form and maybe the most novice of quilters, I would suggest that potentially you start off with your 3-inch patches. So you've got your, what I call little triangles, and you'll notice I'm not using phrases, or I won't be using phrases like half square triangles and things like that, because when you first get started, I think it's all a bit gobbledygook and it gets a bit confusing. So you've got your rectangles. You will have your triangles, and yes, terminology-wise, you'll get to know these as half square triangles and quarter square triangles, but let's strip it back to basics. Let's make them large triangles and small triangles. So you will get all of these in there as well. You're going to get 8 of the large and 16 of the small. And you'll learn as you're popping them into the frame that you can use them in loads and loads of different ways. And if you do find that you haven't got enough of one particular shape, like your half square triangle, of course, what you could do is put 2 of your quarter squares, and that will make the same sort of shape. And that's kind of part of the education, showing that 2 quarter squares will make a half square triangle or a large triangle. Put them all together and you make a square. So that's kind of how it works. You've got the foundation pieces there that are going to help you, and then you go on and create your block, as you can see on the screen there, like so. Now, alongside your Mocha block system, you will also get your patch calculator, and we'll get onto this in a little while, because this is your shopping list for the pieces that you're going to need after you've created your block. You'll get one of these in your kit, and you can see it's kind of laminated, so you could use one of those white clean pens on there if you want to. By all means, photocopy it. You can photocopy it as often as you like, scan it in, use it on your computer if you want. And this is actually available as a free download on my website. So if you do find that you lose this, then you can get hold of that as a download as well. So don't worry about that, but we'll come back to that in a few moments. But initially, you will put your pieces together. Now, I don't know if you've got, I don't think you've got a frame over there, have you, Stuart?
No, I haven't.
You can have this one in a moment.
I wasn't
have this
allowed the frame. Can't be trusted with it.
Not at all. So the idea is it comes together like so. So you'll put your pieces together, and then you will use that aperture that you've created, which happens to be a 9-inch square in this scenario. So you've got that area to build up your design, but then you've also got your extenders, and your extenders will allow you to turn it into a 12-inch patch. Or it might be that you want to do, 12-inch block, or you might want to do something that's more rectangular. You can play around with those pieces. So I'm going to pass these over to you so you can have a little play if you like, Stuart.
Well, I'm having a play now. Look, I'm
Oh,
designing a block. I'm designing a block.
Fabulous. I
I've
love
gone
this.
free form.
I love this idea.
I'm just putting in. I'm hoping am I doing it right?
Well, as long as they come together, then they will stitch together. You've got two different colours, so to speak, on the pieces, because on one side you've got your solid black, and then on the other side you've got your white. So yes, you can play around with these, and it helps you get a visual for whatever design you're wanting to create.
Well, the thing is, I was thinking originally I'd have 4 plain corners, but then I thought, oh, actually, I could break that down into squares.
That's it.
Smaller squares. It is something that is so integral. Children do it naturally. For some bizarre reason, we stop playing when we become adults.
Absolutely,
but given the tools, we can all play and we can all create something. And I can, look, there we go. So there's my quilt block.
Yeah, there you go.
Da-da. And now, from here, I know exactly what I need. I can write my shopping list.
Exactly.
I know I need 3 3-inch finished half-square triangles, 1 3-inch finished centre square. I know I need my quarter squares. It's so simple.
That's it.
Brilliant.
That is it. And of course, the beauty is you don't have to stick to your 3-inch patches or your squares. You could make them rectangular, make them a run across if you're wanting to. It's entirely up to you. So we have got a block that I am going to be putting together, and I'll show you the story of how this came to be. So that is
There's a story.
There is a story.
I love that.
Story. So that is the block that I have created, and I'll show you how we'll do that. What I actually did was I did a little bit of homework. And my homework was utilising the beautiful fabrics that we've got. So the block that we are going to be making without any instructions, without any diagrams, without any
beautiful.
having to figure out the 1/4-inch seam, this is what we're going to be creating. And I actually made this using the dies that we've got on the show as well. So we're going to add another row to this, or we're going to get on the way to it. I'm not guaranteed we're going to get it finished, but I will show you how we got there. So I started off with my block. Well, my mocha block, should I say. So I thought to myself, right, okay, how am I going to put this together? So I quite often like a feature centre to my block. So that could be something that I've embroidered. It could be I fussy cut around a particular piece of fabric because there's a feature in there that I wanted. I also thought, well, actually, what I'm going to do, one of my favourite things to do is to add patches to the, little quarter square triangle, should I say, to the side of that square. So I thought I'm going to do that. Now, you don't necessarily have to do them all in the same fabrics. It doesn't necessarily have to be a light fabric and a dark fabric. As I say, it's just a visual to get you started. So from there, I kind of started growing with my design. So actually, I'm going to flip those over so as we can kind of see the variation of this coming together. So I'll flip those over like so. There we go. And then I came in with my half square triangles and I thought, right, I'm going to build up my little patches alongside there. So you could start in a corner, you could start on a straight edge if you wanted to. It's entirely up to you. So I thought, right, I'm going to have that there. So I'll need a quarter square triangle to keep that secure in there, like so. And then I did that on the opposite side as well. So I've got my triangles coming into place here and my little triangle coming into place here. So I'm building this up as I'm going. Again, another little quarter square triangle, another half square triangle. Now I know I'm using the terminology. You don't need to know the terminology though. It's just big triangles and little triangles initially when you're getting started. And then there we go. And it also explains to me that these pieces come together to make a little patch. And that's what we're working with. The squares, if you will, are the patches, and then obviously the whole thing becomes your block. That's why it's called patchwork. You've got your little squares, so I thought I'm going to put a couple of those in there. Now, if you do find yourself in a scenario where you like using a lot of a particular shape, you might find that you're using more of those, and you might not necessarily have enough to completely fill. If you put a piece of white card like I've done behind your frame, then it kind of acts as additional little pieces.
Well, I was just going to say, Hayley, I've just switched around the same units that I had a second ago. I wanted to kind of separate them out a little bit, and then I kind of squished it together. And obviously, I haven't got the bits for around here at the moment, but I know that they're just more of these 1-inch strips here. And the quarter square triangle there to fill in. And this isn't
And that's the beauty
patch.
of this, because obviously you're a very accomplished quilter, so you've got the knowledge and the confidence to use the mocker block, which is brilliant.
But it's only laying things out on and switching them around.
And equally so, somebody
Anyone
who's
could do
completely
this.
new to quilting can use it. So that's where it all kind of came up.
I love
So
it.
that is the block that I created.
Well, I'm coming over to give you a squeeze. I love that. I think this is, honestly, I love it because it's really, you know, we were saying earlier on about teaching, and I said about teaching 4-year-olds is no different to teaching adults. This is what 4-year-olds would do so naturally.
Yes, yeah.
And why haven't I thought that adults could be doing this? But you obviously did. This is super.
Well, it's kind of been in my head for many, many years, and it kind of evolved, and it's getting it into production. Bless him. Oh, I see.
So clever. So clever.
I'm never going to wash again. Once you've got your design created, obviously you've got all your other pieces, so you just kind of keep those maybe in your little grab and go bag. And there you go. So obviously Stuart's made a beautiful block. It might be a block like the one that I've created, and that's the one that evolved into this. So you can see I've got my little corners, I've got those shapes there, I've got my square in the middle. Now they are 3-inch pieces, so I can go on and create with this if I'm wanting to, but what I could do is have all sorts of different variations, and by adding in those spacer pieces you can make your patches into 16 patches. So you just play around with the design. You'll cut your fabrics in your chosen method. We've got dies on the show. You don't have to. You could use your rotary cutter and your rulers if you're wanting to, and it might be that you're using it as a design concept, but you're making these as larger patches. You don't have to stick to that 3-inch scenario, but these are all different variations of using all of the pieces that we've got, whether it's 9 patches that you're going for or whether you're using the 16 patches. The 16 patches do give you a huge amount of creativity because you've kind of got more areas that you can play around with, so you can really come up with some amazing designs. I've made quilts utilising that one. Again, these were just blocks that kind of just evolved. It might be a variation on a traditional block that you want to give it its own little kind of pizzazz, or it might be something completely fresh. And this house one that I created, I actually went on and used my embroidery machine to add some applique to it as well.
Is that using the mocker block?
So that's using the mocker block as the foundation, using the triangles for the green, the triangles for the main brickwork, and then using those there. And it's exactly the same as that particular one that's been done underneath. Now I talked about using the different sizes with these, and the beauty is what you can do is make exactly the same block. So that particular one there is your 9-inch one, utilising exactly the same size as we saw in the mocker block. But then if you made them into smaller patches, then you could make a smaller version of it. You could make them into larger patches, which are 4-inch patches on this occasion. And then the beauty is you can mix up the sizes. Because these ones are 2 inches, then these could theoretically sit in any one of those corners. So you go absolutely crazy with your design work, and it doesn't have to stick as a square. As Stuart's just shown you, you can be really creative with these. I use the dies that we've got on the show to create these pieces, but also you can go on and use the dies for doing things like your flying geese and stuff like that. So once we've made our design, which I've lost now, where's my there it is, bring it back in. So this is our finished block. This is what I'm going to be creating. So this is where my patch calculator comes into it. Now, what I need to decide is how many of these blocks do I need. So what am I going to do with this? Am I going to make it into a cushion cover? I'm going to make it into a quilt. How many do I actually need? So that is the first thing. But on your project sheet, your patch calculator, I tend to keep quite a record of these, because what I will actually do is I'll use my mobile phone and take a photograph of that, and I'll give it a little name, and that can be a project. So let's say this is, I don't know, Amy's quilt. I always go for Amy because it's just easy. And this could be the first of a series of blocks. So this could be block number 1, okay? And then all I do is I look around what I've got in my frame and make my shopping list with regards to these. So I'm going to start you can start anywhere where you like. You can either follow your list here or go patch by patch. I tend to go patch by patch. So I'll look at this first patch here so I can see that I've got my almost like checkerboard there. So all I need to do is find my checkerboard on here. So my checkerboard is there. Sometimes for this kind of corner, it's rotated, so you might have to move it around a little bit. But I can see I need 1, 2, 3, 4 for each block. So the first column that you've got, which is your column B, asks how many repeats you need per block. So of that one, I need 4. Okay, so then I look at my next one. So my next one is made up of the big triangle and the little triangle. So I'll find that one. There we go. There it is there. So again, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to put 4 in that column. And then finally, I've got my big square in the middle. So I'll find my dark square and I'll need 1 of those. Now, the next thing I need to decide is, as I said, how many blocks do I need for my particular project? So on my quilt, I know I'm going to make it into 9 blocks. So I need 9. So I need 9 of that, 9 of that, and 9 of that. Now, the next thing is a little bit of maths. Not like everybody goes, sharp intake of breath. Oh, my hair's all over the place, but not to worry. So what you're doing, and it does explain it, when you first look at it, it's like, oh, my goodness, this is just going to, it's mind-blowing, I can't get it. But it's all broken down. And here in the final column, it says the number of pieces required. And it explains the calculation that you need to do is take the details from column A, column B, and column C. And all we're doing is doing a multiplication. So in the first scenario, we need 1 of the squares there. So we need 1 of those. Okay, so 1 times 1 times 9 is 9. So I'm going
Half the stock's gone, folks.
9 of those.
Half the stock's gone.
The next one that we're looking at is the one down here. So I need 1 of the small triangle, and so it's 4. 4 times 9 is 36. Now, I'm not doing speedy maths. I've got it written down over there.
Oh, no, I'm impressed either way. I'm impressed either way.
So it's exactly the same with each one of these. And this explains the different pieces that you need for the patches. So I'm going to flip that over. And then I've got 2 of the dark, 2 of the light there. Again, 4. 4 times 9. Again, we're looking at 36 there and 36 there. Now, what I should have said before is, oh, it's just popped out of my head. Oh, first thing I would do before I actually do all of my calculating is just count how many of these that we've got. So we've got 1, as in your patches, because you've got 1, 5, and another 4, so that's 9. So that means that I've counted everything. So that's a quick way of doing a check before you get onto this bit
that's
over
clever,
here.
because we know that it's a 9 patch.
That's it, yeah. So you know, you've got 9 there. So now I have got my shopping list of all of the pieces that I need to create my whole quilt.
So clever.
So I can go off and cut 9 of my squares. I can go off and cut 36 of my half square triangles, 36 of my quarter square triangles, using whatever technique you need.
Yeah, because people do use different techniques.
Absolutely,
and depending
yeah.
on what technique you need, you would do different cutting for your things like half square triangles. Some people do stitch and flip, some people make them large and trim them back.
Absolutely.
It's
Whatever
whatever
you
will
want to
get
do.
you to the, what, like a
That
3-inch finish.
That's it. Or whatever finish size you choose to go for. So that's the thing. Now,
That's such a lovely message, Hayley, that I just want to mention.
Oh,
Angela's message here. This is really sweet and very personal. She says, my mum bought me the Mocha Block system before she passed away as my Christmas present for this year. This demo couldn't have come on a better day for me. Oh, bless you.
Oh,
That's
much
really
love
sweet.
to you. Much love to
Yeah.
you. A very tender time of year, isn't it? Yeah. So what we've actually got now, where have I got to? So my pieces. So you choose which way you're going to get to that finished piece. I've used the dies because we've got the dies on the show. And quite often when people are getting started with quilting, you might not necessarily have the rotary cutter and all the different bits and pieces. And as I said, that scenario, keeping things simple, that's why the dies kind of evolved, because the dies that we've got on the show replicate those pieces that we were using in the Mocha Block initially. So I actually made all my pieces, and then what I tend to do is I put them into individual little packets. So if I've only got 5 minutes, I can just put one block together and then don't have to worry about kind of doing the whole thing. You might keep all of your pieces together and then kind of take off and decant the bits that you need. So this is for us to creating our block here. So then you start looking at your design. Now you can either look at the design from the Mocha Block, which I suppose we should do because theoretically that block doesn't exist yet. Theoretically, we've not sewn it. So here we go. So I have now got my pieces that are going to help me create, and it's cut out with a rounded corner. So the rounded corner scenario is something that, again, it evolved because The corners when you're quilting drive me mad.
Like the dog ears.
Oh, goodness me. So much time, so many hours I have taken snipping off those corners.
True
and
enough.
then they are everywhere, over your clothes, over the floor, over the dog. They go everywhere. So these dies have been created so you don't have the dog ears to cut away.
So
they've
clever.
all got this rounded corner. So for instance, here I have got the triangles, the large triangles. I've already got the quarter square triangles that have been stitched together. And the idea is that you've got that rounded little area there, and it means that everything nestles together. The dies accommodate for your quarter square triangle. Quarter square triangle, try again. The dies accommodate for your 1/4 inch seam allowance, should I say, so you don't have to worry about any maths, but they're not key to using the mocker block. You're just kind of using these as a variation of actually.
Yeah, so this is
using
one
those.
way of cutting out your patches if
Absolutely.
you want to. So these dies will fit through something like a Gemini.
They will fit through a variety of different
Yep.
machines, whether it's a manual one, which I've got. We've got machines that we sell here at Hobby Maker. You might already have a die cutting machine.
Cool. So let's have a look at the dies. So there are 6 different shapes within the mocker block system, and there are 6 corresponding dies. Here's all 6. We're going to start with the 3-inch square. So this is a 3-inch finished square. Remember, you can just use your rotary cutter, cut 3.5-inch strips and then subcut them into 3.5-inch squares for piecing. But if you like to die cut, we have the dies right here. So this cuts one 3.5-inch square. How many layers of fabric will that go through? Oh, sorry, there's 2 dies in there. 2 dies.
I recommend a maximum of 6 layers of fabric. You can cut through 8,
Yep.
but what you can find is you can distort the fabric if you put too much fabric there.
So
that's the case
2
with any
dies, 6 layers of fabric. That means 12 3.5-inch squares in one cut.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Works in conjunction with the mocker block. You don't have to. You can use a rotary cutter. But if you love die cutting, absolutely perfect. Right, should we do small squares? So small squares, this time you get 4 1.5-inch square cuts for $11.99. So again, multiplied by 6 layers of fabric, that means 24 1.5-inch squares in one pass through your die cutting machine. That's going to cut your cutting time down a bit, don't you think? Amazing. Rectangles. 2 rectangles here, 1.5-inch by 3.5 inches. So 2 of those, 6 layers of fabric, 12 rectangles at a time. 12 rectangles at a time for $11.99. And also as well, very, very easy to butt these up against your previous cut so that there are just really scraps in between as you cut. Right, next up, we've got the 1-inch by 3.5-inch rectangle. So this is, we get 1.5 and we get 1 inch, don't we?
Yes.
We get 3 of these. So 3 times 6, 18 cuts.
Yes, yeah.
One pass.
But any combination, because you don't have to do them all as rectangles. You could be cutting your rectangles at the same time as your quarter square triangles.
You
If you
could.
wanted to.
You could cut your whole block out, multiple blocks in one pass.
Absolutely, yeah.
Die cutting, I tell you, it's the way to go. And then triangles. We've got the large half square triangles. These 2 of these sewn together makes a 3-inch finished square for $10.99. So you can mix and match these if there are particular shapes you don't like cutting. And then 1/4-inch triangles last. 4 dies. 4 of these sewn together makes one 3-inch finished block or unit. 4 times 6 layers, 24 triangles in one cut. And remember, your dog ears are cut off automatically.
That's it, yeah.
So you don't have to go back and clip those. Love that. Now, just to recap mocker block, and here is a brilliant visual of the entire system. So over here, you've got your outer frames. So 4 of these pieced together create your 9-inch finished block frame. Add the extenders in, and now you've got a 16 patch block. What's the size on that?
12 inches.
12
if you're using
inch
it
block.
as exactly, yeah.
Awesome. And then look at all of the different patches you get to play with. All these different quarter square and half square triangles, small and large squares, and those thinner and those wider rectangles. A message. Good morning to you both. I've just bought the Mocha Block pack with intentions this year of giving quilting and patchwork a go. New year, new hobby. Patricia, that could be a slogan. We should use that. I love it. And welcome to the fabulous world of patchwork and quilting, Patricia. Isn't that great?
Oh, I love it when people, and there's nothing more fulfilling that for me, as not only as a designer, but as somebody who enjoys teaching and training people, to have the confidence to give it a go, to kind of decide, well, that is the product that is going to help me create what I want to go, that journey I want to go on. So thank you so much for so many of you that have got involved with Mocha Block today. I know it's been very, very busy. I just wanted to address something that people might think to themselves. We were talking about the dyes, and sometimes people think, oh gosh, but that's so wasteful. You use such a lot of fabric actually cutting out those pieces. So what I've actually got here, these are the pieces that were left over from using the fabrics that we've got on the show. So when you are cutting out your pieces, and you can see here I've cut out a couple of triangles using the die, you only need to cut yourself a strip. I think it was about a 4-inch strip that I cut, and use that to actually cut out my pieces. Which means if I've got scraps of fabric at home, it only needs to be 4 inches wide for me to actually turn it into a usable piece. And the thing is, if I've got scraps like this in my scrap stash, okay, it's a continual full width piece, so this would be useful as a strap or something like that. But if it was just literally that piece there, I'm thinking, well, what can I do with it? What I tend to do at home with the dies is I have a proper play session, and I make myself using all of my scraps, and it could be recycled fabric, it can be all sorts of different fabrics, and I make it up, cut out whatever size piece I can from that scrap. And then now I've got a whole scenario of different fabrics that at any given time I can go in and make a scrappy quilt.
And because of your system, you know that any piece will fit the others in your... That's clever.
Absolutely.
That's clever. Maybe your year resolution is to use up what you've already got. Use up your scraps, use up your leftovers. Sometimes don't shy away from buying a tool. I always say this about, you know, you don't have to make a scrap quilt out of all scrap fabrics. There's nothing wrong in buying 3 meters of white solid fabric if it makes all your scraps work.
Absolutely.
That is the, So also, if you're thinking, I want to use my scrap quilt, I want to use all my scrap fabrics to make a quilt, maybe the Mocha Block system is the thing that's going to actually make you use them, because you know all the pieces will fit together.
And also, when you are using the dies, if you're clever with the way that you put your fabrics together and you cut them out, you can have them all in position, ready to go as soon as you've die cut them. So on this scenario, I had my pattern fabric, and on top of that, I laid my plain fabric, and then I put it through my die cutting machine. So when it came out the die cutting machine, I could just literally pick it up, take it to my sewing machine and start stitching it out. Use your 1/4 inch, whether you've got a 1/4 inch foot or a 1/4 inch mark on your machine.
And if you're metric,
oh gosh, it
6
would be,
mil, 7 mil?
Yes, yeah, 6 mil. Yeah, 6 mil it would be. Yeah, we'll have to think for a minute then.
Sorry, didn't throw you.
I know we have to do both, don't we? Yes, that's the thing.
Now Fiona asks, and this might help Sheila as well, who wants a bit more in-depth look at the Mocha Block. Do you do any classes? Are you doing any classes during 2024?
I can do. I have to say, it's not something I've done recently, purely because the way that my life was. I was having to do 12-hour shifts, 15-hour days because of travelling. So it was never something that was part of my kind of remit, because I just didn't have the time. But now that I'm so close...
Now you're a lady of leisure.
And I've got so much time that I can kind of put these together. I am potentially thinking about doing some classes. But of course, it's only if people want them. It's all well and good me saying, oh, I've got a class, and then nobody turns up. They'll probably be there will be virtual classes, I think, more often than not.
Like,
so, yeah. I've done quite a few of those in the past.
A virtual class would be ace, wouldn't it?
So I've kind of recently said that all my ducks have all been all over the place.
Yeah.
They're now lined up. I've got to stop them from wandering off.
Are they all in a row?
They
My ducks aren't even ducks. They're squirrels, and they're running all over a forest with no idea where they are.
Now, I very, very quickly just stitched through a couple of little patches. So here we go. So these were the small squares that we were making. So I've just literally just stitched those together. So I would press those, I just finger press them to start with. Then I will finger press these. Again, personal choice, you can either press to the dark side. What sometimes people will actually do with these is actually press the seams open, because then you've actually got that kind of tapered off edge there, which when you put them together, you can see that you're going to stitch those perfectly. Now, you wouldn't tend to have dog ears when you're working with squares, but certainly when you're working with your triangles, you would have that little sticky out bit there, that when you actually come to put your triangles together, then they become a tricky piece. But what I have found, and I'm not going to say this happens every single time, my points have been more on point when I've used the dies.
Nicely done.
Because what I tend to find is you've got that kind of curve, and it gives you almost like a reference point for a larger area. So by lining those up, and I've got there the half square triangle and the quarter square triangle, I can see everything is lined up. And as long as you do your 1/4 inch seam, or maybe a little bit slightly over, almost like a scant, then you are going to find that you will be well within that 1/4 inch. That means that when you stitch that, you will open up your pieces and they come together beautifully like so. Now, I'm keeping an eye on the time. I'm just going to scoot on. I'm not going to stitch those together because, as I say, I've just briefly mentioned that. So the block that we created, when I started putting them together, and this is where I started thinking, right, how am I going to put my quilt together now I've got my blocks? I made up a couple of these and I put them together and I thought, yeah, that's okay. But it just, I don't know, it just didn't do what I wanted it to do. So that's when I decided, well, actually, I'd like a bit of sashing in there, but why go just for your plain, ordinary sashing? So I got my dies out and I started playing around, and I thought...
suppose as well, Hayley, this is where you could get, you've made your blocks, you could get your mocha block pieces, put them up against your blocks and start designing outside the frame.
There you go. You could kind of put those in between and get an idea of how they're going to come. So that's the kind of thing. You could literally decide how you're going to put these together and how to make that separation. So that evolved, and then it all came together in those kind of runs that I spoke of, like so. So that's got a bit of homework that needs doing. So
That's
I need
clever.
to finish that off. But that is a quilt pattern that didn't exist. It started with a little bit of playing, then a shopping list, and then it came together. So that is the beauty of it. Yeah. But another thing that's kind of evolved from it very, very quickly is now we know that that is a 9-inch block. I know that if I wanted to make a feature block, maybe in a plique piece or whatever, as long as it measures 9.5, because obviously the seam allowance, then I can put whatever I like in that area of fabric. So I know later on we've got the embroidery show coming up, but
hello, lovely.
Start adding in finished panels, applique panels or blocks, or maybe you've bought a panel from Sewing Street that's got a lovely character on it. In the wonderful advent calendar, there's a little robin. You could have your robin sitting in the centre of your block and then evolve and design around it.
May I just borrow your frame for a second?
Of course you can, sweetheart. There you go.
Just take it away. Just give me that here, you. I tell you why, I was just thinking, obviously this is a 9-inch block, but with very, very simple bit of maths, let's take our 1.5-inch square and make it a 2.5-inch.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let's make a 3-inch, a 6-inch. Yes. So let's just double all the numbers, but keep the 1/2 inch the same.
Yeah.
Actually, no, just double everything. So that would be 3, that would be 6. Now I've got an 18-inch block.
That's it,
Same design, but 18
inches.
So just double everything.
Yeah.
It's just very, very clever, a very usable tool, something different. And I'm amazed, actually, that I haven't seen this idea before because it's so clever and it really kind of fills a gap. Rather wonderful. Rather wonderful.
Such a compliment.
No, it's great. It's great. And I'd watched a few shows just to get an idea of the mocha block, but you've really brought it to life. And as well, I have to say at home, you've been loving mocha block. There is a serious danger of mocha block selling out while we're on air today. There are more of these in baskets than we have available.
Fabulous.
And, you know, absolutely fabulous. So clever, so brilliantly simple, really, but just endless what you could do with this, and just encouraging you to play, all for less than £20. I just think that's terrific. Grab yours while you can. Hayley, that's been an amazing hour.
Thank you. I've really enjoyed myself. Should we do it again a bit later on this morning?
Let's do it again a bit later on, but let's do Husqvarna sewing machines instead.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, awesome. I'll see you there to date. And I want to date with you after this short break, where we're going to be looking at bag making fabrics and that gorgeous One Block Wonder, brilliant, simple book, Easy Stack Quilts from Paula Doyle.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Do you know, this year has really got off to a fantastic start, hasn't it? I haven't had to do any washing all year. I haven't done any ironing all year. I haven't done any cooking all year. Oh, I have been living in a hotel. Oh, that's it. That's it. I highly recommend it sometimes. This hour, we've got some amazing bag making fabric. Check this out. This is so cool. This is cotton canvas. How beautiful is that? Look, $6.99 a half metre. I've never seen this before. I know it's been on once before and sold out. It was not. I've never seen this before. We didn't get to it. No. 52 inches wide. Probably 54 actually if we go. 54 inches wide. Yeah, that's S. Hillard, that's Samantha Hillard, that's someone else, that's not me. I don't remember this fabric. It's 100% cotton. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's not as heavyweight a canvas as, say, our plain canvas that we do. It's not a million miles away from it, but it's very slight. You could put them together, absolutely put them together. I mean, I would do something like, imagine a lovely bag with the base and the top of the bag, something like that. Be beautiful. But you could also bring in something like this one, which is a natural seeded cotton canvas. Would look beautiful. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice combo, that. And would show off top stitching well. This is delicious. I think this is going to sell out very, very quickly. If you want a bit of this, I would grab it quickly. Half a metre would be enough for most bags, one bag. But I'd encourage you to get 1 to 1.5 meters of this. If you were making something like the Weekend Warrior, you'd definitely want a meter, meter and a half, I think, to be on the safe side. Large prints, of course. If you want to do things like pattern matching, you would want a bit extra to be able to match patterns up. That's half a meter. What about, there was a lot of love for Hayley's gorgeous jacket in the last hour. What about a sort of denim style jacket, but made with that? Really nice fabric. And I love there's a big pattern there, but I love the subtlety of the colours. It's not leery, is it? It's really lovely. It is, it's gorgeous. What a great fabric to have first off. Now, I mentioned that beautiful seeded cotton canvas. This would be the most beautiful base for so many bags, either for machine embroidery. Oh, I'm sorry. Ending 42. RA ending 42. Yep. So this is that sort of seeded natural look. It's called Linetto. Love that. I think if I had a baby, I would call it Linetto. I probably wouldn't, but it's a nice name. That's gorgeous. Yeah, this would work with so many different things we've got on this hour, actually. 10% linen and 90% cotton. It would work with so many fabrics. This would also work really, really nicely with something like, look at this. Look at that as a combo. Just where you want a bit of lightness, a bit of contrast. Very nice indeed. Good basic fabric. Now that William Morris, absolutely gorgeous. This is have we called this a velvet? It's certainly like a flock. Would you like the code? This is SL05. It's a velvet, a short pile velvet. Oh, that's yummy. This is an official V&A link up. Oh, that is stunning. That is stunning. I'll just put my hands there so you can see the scale of those birds. That is beautiful. Now, for dressmaking, glorious. For bag making, obviously. But also, what about an armchair, a piano stool, or a footstool, an ottoman? What about a bolster cushion? Big covered buttons. Beautiful. That's stunning. For £7.99, exceptional value. It's a polyester velvet. Absolutely lovely. Short pile. Obviously, you're going to treat this as a with nap fabric, so you will need extra because, especially for dressmaking, your pattern pieces will need to be going in one direction. Obviously, with the direction of the fabric anyway, you would do that, but just keep that in mind. But look at that, beautiful colours. Absolutely stunning. Shall we do the alternative colourway of that? So this is still the velvet, ending 3-2 this time. So this is Strawberry Thief, again, but on the softest kind of sage green background. I'm going to grab the original, the red, just to show you the different. Here's the red, and here's the green. I feel like an optician. Better on the red or on the green? Or about the same? I never knew what to say. And I always used to get the giggles. Particularly when they get really close to my face. All I wanted to do was laugh. Terrible. But isn't that? It's a real touch of class. A real touch of class. For £7.99 per half metre. And these are all wide fabrics. They're all wide fabrics. Well, almost 60 inches wide. So great value. Imagine something like a smart tailored long coat made in this. Beautiful. Stunning. Right, that's that one. Now, where should we go to next? We're going to change it up completely. Yes, no. PU? No. Printed denim. Yes, I've got that. A printed denim, a hibiscus flower. Oh, now this, I think this is a bit of Hayley West. Oh, yeah. Hibiscus print denim. Absolutely. Yes, please. Love that. Love that. This is £3.99 a half metre. Now, this is a lovely soft, like a shirting weight. So, you might not instantly think bag making. I mean, I'm instantly thinking a gorgeous dressmaking fabric. And at £3.99 a half metre, my goodness me, what great value. So shirt making, I'd love a shirt made in this. That would be so gorgeous with like darts that run up the body. So quite a slim fitting shirt. Duster coat, nice. But also, if you do want to use this for bag making, just put some medium or heavyweight interfacing on it, put it onto Bosal in our form, quilt it. You could make a glorious messenger bag or weekend bag using this. It's just about kind of beefing up the fabric with an interfacing or a foam or a fleece, something like H640. Again, this is a wider fabric, about 60 inches wide. So again, incredibly great value with that. Now, if you do need something like H640, don't forget it's our early bird. Everyone's going for multiple units on that. You're thinking dressmaking, Definitely thinking dressmaking. Our early bird today, we really, dressmakers and quilters and bag makers, we got you covered. We all love this, whether you're making quilted clothing or bags or home decor items or small quilts. H640 is a fusible fleece, a polyester fleece from Vliseline. It attaches easily with a medium heat iron to your top fabric. Absolutely beautiful. It quilts beautifully. It's machine washable. It's 90 centimetres wide, so there's the width of your H640. You buy it by the half metre. Normally £5.99 a half metre. Today, because it's our early bird, it's £4.99 a half metre. So £2 saving per metre. Everybody, almost everybody who's bought it has multi-bought. Now, I have got cotton canvas with tropical flowers on it. Is it this one? Yeah, this is joyous. Now, I did a show very recently with So Mindful, So Pretty, So Mindful. Lucy Pixley, thank you. With Lucy Pixley. She made a gorgeous bag using this cotton canvas. Kat, you are so on form. Even when you're not on form, you're on form. Brilliant. This is a gorgeous kind of tropical flower. It's nice sort of medium small scale. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's 140 wide. So in inches, I'll tell you. What I can tell you is a third of the stock's already gone on pre-order. 54, 56, about 56 inches wide. Very, very lovely that. Willie Mo Velvet, says Tara in Norfolk. Yes, please. I'll have a bit of that in my basket. Thanks, Stuart. You are welcome, Tara. Not a problem. Willie Mo Velvet. We do love a bit of Willie Mo here, don't we? I can't remember who coined the phrase, but it's really stuck. Do you have the details for the Weekend Warrior bag? From Karen in Hampshire. The book has sold out, Karen, but it is from my book, Bags for Life, 21 projects to make love and love forever. We'll get more stock in, I promise. We'll get more stock in, I promise. Right, that's the tropical flowers. What should we do next? Shall we do a bit of Highland? Okay. Fine, let's do what you want to do. Yes. Highland cows, you say? Highland cows. An all over linen look. Oh, yes. Highland cows. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. Oh, look at that. So this is a kind of a linen look fabric. And it's got Highland cows, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This would be really nice. You could actually just quilt like either side of the Highland cows and do like a double diamond crosshatch when you're quilting that. Isn't that cute? You know, well, I don't need to tell you this, how popular are Highland cows? You know, on cushions, on bags. I think if you make and sell, something like this is so eye-catching, isn't it? And of course, so many of these fabrics would be absolutely brilliant if you do make and sell your bags. They're robust, they're affordable, they're extra wide, they're really good value. And that can often be where your profit comes from. Oh, Sally Ann Harrison is watching. She says, morning everyone, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Sally Ann. And I haven't seen you since the launch of your fabulous book, Elevate Your Scraps. Congratulations on a sellout, you. Very, very proud of you. Wonderful, wonderful. That's the Highland cows. Right, what's next? Some solid cotton canvas. I've got these in the hour. Don't forget, we've also got that gorgeous sort of seeded natural one that I showed you earlier. Should we start with navy? Love these colours. It's been very popular on pre-order, ending 1-3. The quality is exceptional. The quality is exceptional. You can see how smoothly woven, how finely woven. It's 100% cotton, 140 centimetres wide. I mean, navy is such a good neutral, isn't it? Isn't it funny? We always talk of navy as a neutral. I mean, it's not really, but it just goes with so much. 56 inches wide. So again, extra wide. Oh, garden furniture cushions would be so smart in this. Nice covered piping cord around the outside. Have them ready for summer. Make a head. Really good idea, that. Great for bag making. You can also use this for sort of a little bit heavier weight dressmaking. So, for example, if you wanted to make something like a pair of dungarees, something like that, that would really work. Or a jumpsuit would work in that. Dungarees, really nice. Really nice. That's the name. Yeah, thanks for that, Hannah. Can we do this lovely seeded? This is a different, that's not cotton canvas. Let's do the cream. Let's do the cream, ending 8-3. Ivory. Ivory. Lovely sort of clear, bright. It's just got a lovely kind of bright quality to it, hasn't it? Just lovely. Again, it's in 100% cotton canvas weight. So it is more robust than your quilt weight cotton, and possibly just gives a bit more of a supportive lining for bags. If you're using it for the inside of a bag, it will just be that bit more supportive as a lining. So good for things like slip pockets. Now, the fabric we had right at the start, do you remember that gorgeous navy blue floral? We'll pop the graphics up. There's more in baskets than we have available. There it is. Bit sort of, thanks, Kat. Bit sort of, almost a little bit Jacobean looking, isn't it? It's almost a little bit like Jacobean crewel work. Just lovely. I can't believe it hasn't already sold out, but it's very, very close to selling out. So if you want this in your stash and in your life, grab and go. Grab and go. Talking to grab and go, if you manage to get Hayley West's grab and go pattern, these cotton canvases would be delicious. Hi, Stuart. You have the most wonderful, delicate hands. Nothing like my chunky sausages. Love, Bunny. Oh, Bunny, I adore you. What? Whether you've got chunky sausages or not, I'm sure they're adorable too. What a lovely message. Aww. I don't think the only thing anyone's ever said about my hands, and it was my husband who said it, was when it was a photograph of the book. He went, "Oh," he said, "you just thought that it had done something about all the hair on your arms. Look at those hairy hands." And I said, "Charlie, they are my hands. You're married to these hands. What can I say? Have you only just noticed?" Anyway, Bunny loves them. Thank you, Bunny. Right, let's move on. What should we do? Yes, the tapestries are fab. Now, I know I've mentioned the Weekend Warrior bag a lot, but that would be glorious done in tapestry. Also, if you've got Hayley West's hobby bag, that would be fabulous in a tapestry for the outer. Can we do this one first? Little Holland, this is called. I always want to call this Harlequin because it's just delightful and quilty and patchworky, and isn't it lovely? On the back, you've got almost like a sort of more muted version of the front. So if you want to do unlined bags, tapestries are great. My top tip for working with tapestry, they are a much looser weave. I mean, they're very firm as fabrics, but along the edge, they're a loose weave. So you will find that the edges fray. And so the best thing that you can do when you're making your bag is cut out your pattern pieces, and if you've got an overlocker, immediately overlock all the edges. If you haven't got an overlocker, use either a wide zigzag on your sewing machine, or most sewing machines have got an over-edge stitching foot and a variety of over-edge stitches. Just over-edge stitch all the outer edges of your fabric, and then they'll behave themselves like good boys and girls. Or you could iron everything onto interfacing, and that will also, but overlocking or stitching the edges will do it. But it's glorious fabric to work with. Extra wide, £6.99 a half metre, and it's cut to order. That's that, Little Holland. Can we do this one next? This is beautiful. Again, sort of, just a minute, look at this, look at this. This is the wrong side. Hello, this is the right. I'm torn, I'm very torn. That's lovely. So, this is actually the direction, but whichever way you use it, it's a bit fabulous, isn't it? Contemporary, but also those colours have a bit of a sort of traditional look to them. Fab, £6.99 a half metre. And did you see how wide this fabric is too? You get a lot of value out of half a metre. This I want to put with grey PU. You know, that sort of elephant grey PU. And a twist lock. Twist lock on the front. That's just me. I was going to say, I don't know why I felt the need to whisper it, but a twist lock. Now, something much, much more traditional. This is William Morris. It's called Snake's Head. Just trying to find the right way up. I think the right way up is this way up. Yes, Snake's Head. I think it's a snake's. Is it a snake's head fritillary, or maybe a type of orchid? I'm thinking. Oh, it grows from a bulb. Is it a snake's head fritillary? Oh, you've grown them. Nice. Was it a sculptural? Tulipy. Nice. It's lovely though, isn't it? And again, good for, you know, heavyweight upholstery, curtains, blinds, also terrific for bag making. I think probably a bit too robust for dressmaking, but correct me. And then one more. Is this also William Morris? The lemons. I like this a lot. Oh, pomegranates and lemons. Stuart, I don't mind the hair, darling. We all have hair. I get the lawnmower out once in a while. Love it. Love it. We do. We do. I just let mine grow naturally. But I think Charlie was suggesting that they should have shaved my arms or somehow airbrushed. But, or he thought maybe a hand model. It's like, no. Love this. It's very, very classy, isn't it? And love how William Morris drew on medieval tapestries and wood blocks. I love that. Old kind of style embroideries, you know, just lovely. And a lovely kind of softly vibrant, if that makes any sense. A softly vibrant look. Derek's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. I'm about to start working with the tapestry fabric to make a bomber jacket. Thanks for the overlocking tip. Pleasure, Derek. Looking forward to seeing the bomber as well. Which tapestry are you using? Yummy. Yummy. Yeah, it does. I mean, you can see on the edges, it does fray. And it frays quite easily. It's just the nature of the beast. But all you've got to do is just overlock the edges or zigzag them, and it behaves itself. Right, something a bit different now. Yesterday we had a fabulous book. It's Easy Stack Quilts from Paula Doyle. So many of these went yesterday, and I thought it might be rather nice just to see how it's done again. So I'm gonna show you. Okay, so I'm using a different fabric. This is a really sort of pretty Lewis and Irene floral. Okay. So the first thing that Paula recommends you do, we're having a bit of a price reduction on the fabric. So this is for 3 meters, $39.99. And now the first thing to bear in mind, I'm just taking this fabric down the full length, just tearing it. And I know this seems like a lot of fabric, but really this is the only fabric for the whole quilt. So if you think about it in those terms, a whole quilt's worth of fabric for $39.99, suddenly it doesn't seem like a lot of money at all. So that's the first thing you're going to do. Right, the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to grab your fabric and you're going to find a repeat in the fabric. Okay, now if we just have a look along here, along the selvage, this is where I needed that pen, Hannah. I'm regretting I didn't just take it now. Now this fabric's got quite a small repeat. It's absolutely fine, I'm only kidding. It's got quite a small. So you can see the repeat here, little bird, little bird, little bird, and it is the same repeat throughout. Do be careful with what appears to be a small repeat, because sometimes actually it's a different bird, it's a slightly different configuration, or there's something different just after it. But in this context, thank you, it's exactly the same bird. So what Paula says in the book is that actually with the fabric like this, you'd cut, instead of every repeat, you might cut every 2 repeats so that you get more out. But actually what I'm going to do, just to speed up my demo slightly, I'm just going to go, I'm actually just going to go 1 repeat. So this will make things quite a bit quicker for me. So I'm going to, here's my first repeat. I'm going to put a little mark, and here's my next repeat. I'm going to put a little mark, and in total I want 4 repeats. So there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is grab my rotary cutter and ruler. I'm going to square up the end on that first mark. Everything's explained in the book, by the way, of course, so you don't need to be furiously writing this down. So what I'm going to do now, so what I want to show you is the principle of the method. And hopefully Paula approves. So I'm going to cut, and I'm just doing 1 fabric repeat. This is a good one because it's got a very small repeat. But of course, using Paula's method, you would actually do 2 or 3 repeats. So otherwise you'd end up making loads of stacks, which isn't the best use of time, but it's the best way I can demonstrate the method in a short amount of time. So there's my 3rd repeat, and here now is the 4th. I also wanted to show how you could use the method to make something smaller, like a table runner, okay? So I'll pop that to one side. So I've got my 4 repeats cut out now. Let me show you what I'm going to do next. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I've got my stack of fabric. So here's my first layer. I'm going to pop the second layer on top. And again, pretty side up. Same repeat of fabric, pretty side up, and the final repeat on the top. Okay, next up, grab some pins. And like all things in life, Life's more pleasurable if you use nice things. So I'm using these gorgeous magic pins. So my first job is to find something in the centre of my strip, okay? Now, that just so happens to be a bird almost right in the centre. It doesn't need to be anything in particular. It could be the centre of a flower. It could be the tip of a wing. It doesn't matter. I'm going to use the very tip of this bird's beak, and I'm going to put the pin straight through, right on the tip of that bird's beak, okay? I'm going to grab hold of the fabric, first layer of fabric, and lift it through. I'm going to put my pin on the tip of the bird's beak, flip it back. Oh, hello. That was a good bit of stacking, nearly there. And there's the last one. Right, so now I'm all the way through all the layers. I'm going to flip it over. And from the back, I'm going to just pin through all the layers right where that pin is. And I can take that spiky pin out the way. Now, Paula recommends that you tack there. I'm just going to pin for now. So let's do that in a few more places. So you repeat the process. Okay, so let's find something over this side now. So this time I'm going to use the very centre of this flower. So pin goes through, flip, pin through, and pin through. Again, push it to the back. Make sure everything's pulled nice and flat. And pin. And I'm going to do that one more time, and I'm going to do it down this end. So let's do something. Let's do the tip of this little leaf here. So through here. There we go. There we go. Right, all the way through. Flip it over. Make sure everything's nice and flat. Pull up on that pin just to make sure everything's flattened out. And then pin through all the layers. Okay, so I've got everything pinned together now, and my stacks should be pretty much on top of each other. Okay, now Paula recommends that you do a little tacking stitch at each of the places where you have pinned. I haven't got time for that. So I'm just going to cut. Okay, so what you do then is you cut strips. And Paula gives you the dimensions for her blocks. But because my strip is a little bit more than 7 inches wide, I thought to myself, well, how about if I cut 6.5-inch squares? So that's what I'm going to do. So I've made the decision, and it also works quite well with where my pins are. So I'm going to cut 6.5-inch squares. All right, so I've got my fabric like that. And I'm hoping it's going to work. I mean, it does all depend, of course, on the scale of the print. And this is quite a small scale print. So this may work out actually a little bit big to work with the scale. But we'll try it, because if it doesn't work, then it's only one stack, and I can do smaller squares on the next one. So I'm not going to cut any more at this point. I'm just going to look at this stack and see whether it works. So I've now got 4 identical stacks, and what I'm going to do, wait a minute, 1, 2, I think I might cut the next one smaller and see how that looks. So there's my 4. Well, you know, Hayley was encouraging us earlier on to play with fabric. So I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to turn, I'm going to turn, and I'm going to turn. Is that right? Or do I need to turn again? Wait a minute. Like that, and like that. There we go. There we go. So I have got that sort of symmetry. So that's what it looks like at 6 inches, finished. I'm going to leave those to one side. I'm now going to cut it at a 3.5 inch, which is the recommended size. It is going to involve me taking a pin out, which is fine. So I'll just twizzle that around, cut that down to 3.5 inches, and you'll see. Now, there are 3 different blocks given in the book. There's one that uses squares, as I'm using them now. There's one which uses rectangles, and there's one which uses quarter square triangles. So, and you get loads and loads of different setting suggestions as well. Let me see, 3.5 inches square. And let's see how this looks. So I've got my 4 pieces of fabric. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is turn this around. Oh, love that. Love that. And of course, what you've also got with the 4 squares is if we turn every one of them, we've actually got 4 different options for how the block could look. And the more you play, the more you see that you could do. And then our final option I think I'm going to stick with the birds in the centre. Were you all rooting for that one at home? How cool. How cool. And so you just go on like that, cutting and cutting and cutting. Really, really clever. And then you've also got the option of, let me just put these together. You can also do quarter square triangles as well. So if I just layer these squares back together again, and then I'm going to cut this into quarter square triangles. It's all about playing with fabric, isn't it, today? It's such a healthy thing to do. And it's what people like Delphine Brooks do all the time, isn't it? She's a real experimenter. She comes from that wonderful sort of art school background where everyone's encouraged to play. And because of that, she's constantly coming up with innovative ideas. So now each of these becomes a block set. So look, we've got block 1. Are you seeing it coming together now? Yeah, there's block 1. There's block 2. I'm going to leave a slight gap in between so you can see the distinctive looks. I'm going to put this one over here. This is block 3. Gorgeous. And then block 4. And there's no real fussy cutting involved, is there? It's absolutely embracing serendipity. There's the last one. Trying to stick it down. Sorry about that. Look, that's cool. That is cool, isn't it? What do you think? What do you think? You know, that is definitely how I would use this fabric, this Lewis and Irene fabric. I would do the quarter square triangles. I really enjoyed doing that. That was fun. And then you could use something like a soft rose pink for sashing in between those blocks and just keep going. Could you put one piece from each block? Well, you could, Wendy, but let me show you what happens if I do that. I'll take these away. that would be the block. That would be the block. And it sort of takes away why we've done the stacking. Because if you do the stacking, then you end up with this wonderful kaleidoscope. But I tell you what you could do, you could split those apart and you could put fine sashing in between and then trim your block square, and that would look fabulous. Let's have a little look at the book and see some of Paula's inspiring ideas. You don't just get the method in the book. My goodness me, you get so much value in the book. It's incredible. So here's the book, Easy Stack Quilts. It's by Paula Doyle, who's a fabulously innovative quilter and quilt designer. She hails from America, but she's lived in London for many years. That's Paula. She went to speak to her Quilt Guild group in Staines in Surrey. East Surrey, is it? West Surrey? Anyway, in the book, she explains what kind of fabrics are suitable. Essentially, large-scale, kind of commercially printed quilt weight cottons are ideal. Lots going on in the background as well. If you have lots of empty open space in the background, you can end up with some rather boring blocks and some really exciting ones, but we want all exciting blocks. So there's different yardage amounts depending on what you want to make. So if you only want to make a table runner, if you only want to make, a small quilt, you don't need 3 yards. However, her tip is, when in doubt, it's always a safe bet to get a minimum of 3 yards of the print fabric of your choice to make your blocks. This will yield, listen to this now, this will yield 84 4-patch blocks, 72 Bright Hope blocks, or 60 X-cut blocks, which is the one I just did with the quarter square triangles. So you get a whole quilt's worth out of 3 yards or 3 meters. I've got some bundles to show you in just a second. Here are the 3 different blocks. You've got your 4 squares together, your Bright Hopes, which is rectangles around a central square, and then you've got your X-cut, the quarter square triangles. Very simple idea, but incredibly sort of endless what you can do. The method lined out, how to do the stacking, how to create the blocks, and then all these different projects that you can make. And what's really lovely is each of the quilt patterns has a crib, a twin, a double, or a queen king sized version of each one. There's so many different ways that you can use these blocks. It's absolutely incredible. Love this one with the log cabin. So cool. They look so much more complex than they actually are. They really do. Look at this for a child's quilt. How cool is that, using this gorgeous bright sort of kitty fabric? So often we go into shops or we're watching Sewing Street and we see a large scale print and we think, well, I love it, but I wouldn't know what to do with it. Or we think, oh, border fabric. Now I need all the coordinates. I need all the coordinates, but you don't need all the coordinates. Like for this one, you need your main fabric, you need maybe a contrast, like a tone on tone, and a background fabric. That's basically it. Half the stock of the book now has gone. Well done if you've got yours. We did sell hundreds yesterday. This is my favourite. How glorious is that? Using a variety of tropical prints. It's just a beautiful book. Really, really simple but so clever method to create kaleidoscopes using fabric. And she says it's fast, fun and fabulous for fabric lovers. Paula holds your hand throughout. The techniques are so beautifully described and it's very, very detailed, the instructions. But I've just shown you how to stack your fabric and it really is that simple. It does not take long at all, and you can make so many blocks even out of your first stack. Now, we're going to start with that Lewis and Irene fabric. Let me just grab it back in. We've done 3 metre bundles because Paula does say that is the sort of sweet spot. so that you've got enough to make like a whole quilt. Here it is. It's really pretty, and I'm just going to grab one of my block sets just to show you again how it looks when it's all put together. Ever so pretty. Let's grab the one with the birds. 3 little birds sat on my window. Let me pop it together here. Look, how cute, how cool is that? And, you know, there was no planning with that. I didn't plan. I didn't say, I want the bird to be right in the middle. That just happened. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. You know, sometimes it's that instead. Oh, sorry. You know? But they'll all work together and you'll get something different and beautiful. It's a bit like us. We're all different, but we all work together. I've got the last triangle. There it is. There it is. But look at that. Look at that. Nothing difficult. That's using that gorgeous fabric from Lewis and Irene. So that's one option. Very pretty, soft, delicate, almost sort of antique-y looking, isn't it? But a brand new innovative technique. Right, next up, I've got, this is amazing fabric. Now, this fabric has a much bigger repeat. So I'm just going to show you, I want to show you how you would find the repeat. So here's this fabric, absolutely lovely. There we go. How splendid is that? So now this really would work on those larger, like a 6.5 inch square sewn together. So again, what you're going to do along the edge of the fabric, you're going to find, actually it's not that massive a repeat. So here, you're going to find your repeat here, and then you're going to move along the fabric till you find the exact same repeat here and here and here. So actually that isn't such a big repeat. Is that about 12 inches? Let me just... Enough blocks for a whole quilt for under £50. What's that, about a 14.5 inch repeat? That would look absolutely stunning. I've got single figures on this bundle. It's beautiful. It's a bit different for Kaffe as well, isn't it? It's a bit more soft and pastel in tone. Right, that's that one. Next up, I have got a beautiful Kaffe in purples, greys, blues. I wasn't allowed to demo with this one. It's pretty limited. It's about to sell out, in fact. I'll just turn it around so it's the right way up. That's that one. That is lovely, though. Now, this one has got a much bigger repeat. So if I just show you where the repeat is, it's here. Do you see? From here to here, that's your repeat. So that's a bit bigger. It's probably more like 18 inches. Fabulous, though. And then the last one that I've got is a blue and white, almost like a Delft. This is called Damask Bluebird. Is this Lewis and Irene? Lovely. So again, you can see there, that's going to work at a smaller scale, isn't it? Those 3.5 inch units. Absolutely lovely. You can see where serendipity might lead you, but where you've got these quite regular shapes, once you start cutting into it, you're going to get some amazing effects. It would make a really cool kaleidoscope, but in a much more restrained colour palette. So many different looks you can get from one technique. Love it. Now remember, this is the last of the stock of Easy Stack Quilts by Paula Doyle. Now, I only launched on Sewing Street yesterday, and we sold excuse me, hundreds of books. It's $22.99. It's worth every penny. It's worth every penny. This is a book you'll go back to again and again and again. And it doesn't matter whether you love traditional country-style florals, whether you love kind of exciting, like African-style prints. If you love stripes, it would work with stripes or border prints. If you want to use juvenile, Christmas, you know, Japanese-style prints, any of these will work. You just want a large-scale print with plenty going on. All of those bundles that we had were 3 meters. Really, there is enough fabric there for your whole quilt top. You might just want some setting triangles or a bit of a border or something like that binding, but great value and a really, really fun technique. A rabbit hole. You will fall down and you will not cook dinner. You will not want to do anything else. You will just want to cut fabric and see all those amazing kaleidoscopes appear before your very eyes. It really is cool. I love it. And well done, Paula. Just a fantastic, innovative book and just a terrific quilter. Fab, right? We are going to go to a break now. When we come back, we're going to have 2 hours with Hayley West and Husqvarna sewing machine. We've got an embroidery and sewing machine combined. We've got a sewing machine and we've got an overlocker. You won't want to miss this. One more thing before we go. The black cactus flower is 3 meters. There was a typo in the details on screen. It is a 3 meter bundle. All right, we'll head to a break. I'll see you after this.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hey everybody, great to have your company. It's a new year and maybe a whole new hobby. This hour, in fact, we've got a 2-hour special now. Hush now in the gallery. There's a party going on in there. Very, very excited about these 2 hours with the fabulous Hayley West.
Oh, we're best buddies now.
We are
aren't
best
we?
buddies,
I
yeah.
love it, yeah.
Okay.
2 hours, can't wait.
Husqvarna Viking sewing machines, and we've got a sewing machine, we've got an overlocker, and we've got a combined sewing and embroidery machine, the designer Jade. We're going to start there. First off, I'm absolutely bowled over by the package here.
It's amazing.
For
Absolutely amazing.
£1,249. This is incredible. You're getting an amazing sewing machine, an amazing embroidery machine combined into one package. The size of that hoop, the capabilities of that machine.
Absolutely, and I have to say it's one of my favourite embroidery machines. Some of you who have followed my journey, it's quite a journey, as I'm sure you all know. I used to work with a company who distributed Husqvarna Viking sewing machines, and I was involved in the kind of training of not only people who sold them in their shops, but also people who came to exhibitions and were looking at the machines intending to purchase them. And the Jade 35 is one of the machines that I was heavily involved with when we first came to the UK. I loved it from the go-get. There's a couple of different reasons. The size of the hoop that Stuart has just mentioned to you.
I can't get over that.
It's huge. Well, if I just show you, I've got this here to show you, where you are literally getting, I mean, this is an A4 sheet of cardstock. So that green square, the darker green square, is something that if you've been looking at an embroidery machine, you may well have crossed embroidery machines in this kind of price bracket, maybe an embroidery only machine, which would probably be lower than the price that you're looking at. But the stitch out area that you've got is 4 inches square, which is depicted with that dark green area. Now the light green area is the stitch out area that you've got with the Jade 35. So that means that rather than stitching in a 4-inch square, which is 100 mil square, you're actually looking at 150 by 240, which is the equivalent of 6 inches by 9.5 inches. So to kind of put it into context, I've put those pieces of paper on an A4 sheet to give you an idea
That
how
is
that looks.
such a brilliant visual.
The actual
I'm just sitting there thinking, Wow, wow.
This is technically, and I hate this phrase, a starter embroidery and sewing machine. So that's the actual hoop that you're going to receive. It's the largest hoop that will fit on the machine, and that's something else that I love about Husqvarna Viking. They've included the largest hoop. So you can create anything that you like going smaller, which is always the key thing, isn't it? It's always the easiest. Rather than giving you a small hoop, which are available, giving you a small hoop with the machine and expecting you to kind of upgrade and buy larger hoops, they give you the largest one to start with. Now, it doesn't mean you can't stitch out small designs, you certainly can do. And you can also stitch on small pieces of fabric if you're wanting to, things like babies, bibs, that wouldn't necessarily fit into that whole area. In fact, I've got a napkin that's stitching out on at the moment, and this is just one that I bought off the internet. Popped one of the designs that you actually get included on the USB stick, and it's merrily stitching away in kind of like a variegated thread there at the moment. So yeah, letting that carry on. But the other thing that I love about this, and it's something that I often forget to mention, 5-year warranty. 5 years.
Well, that's just
warranty.
showing off.
Well, that shows confidence in a brand.
It really does, because 1 year, of course, is mandatory.
Yes.
Every electrical has to have 1 year. I always think 2 years shows great confidence in the build, but 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, normally that comes with a hefty price tag added on to extend your warranty. You get those 5 years warranty included within that price of £1,249, which is boggling my mind in ways I can only describe in part. Split pay of £249.80, 5 split pays. All you need to spend today, less than £250 today, to get not just a sewing machine, not just an embroidery machine, but both combined into one amazing package. You're also getting an amazing freebie. This is an amazing freebie. It's the Madeira thread box. This is a beautiful wooden box, £159 worth, if you don't mind.
Beautiful. Gorgeous thread.
But Hayley, may I just have that piece of card with the stitch out area on it, please?
Of course,
Because this for me is absolutely.
And don't forget, I've not even mentioned the fact that you are getting software that you can use on a Windows computer or on a Mac that you can actually design with as well. So we'll have a look at that soon.
Yeah, we definitely will. But because actually this is the fundamental question with the embroidery machine.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
How big is the hoop area? What's the largest size I can stitch out? Because actually, things like, you know, what stitches does it come with is lovely, it's glorious, but we all self-select. I mean, the minute I got my embroidery machine, I was straight online buying and downloading free embroideries of my choice, which you can do with this. So actually, what comes with it is lovely, but it's not the most important thing for most people who are buying an embroidery machine. How big an embroidery can I stitch? Boom, that's how big. Look at that. For £1,249. It's not just an embroidery machine. It's your sewing machine as well. It's all combined, which means you don't need 2 desks, 2 tables, 2 lots of storage, extra space. You don't need to buy a new car so you can fit both machines in the back of it. It's literally one machine, everything. And it's just brilliant. I think that's great. That's a beautiful design.
That's one of the 3 designs that's included.
Is that included?
That is included. Now, just as we were chatting, the machine stopped stitching because it finished the design. So I've just rehooped and I've popped the napkin back in. So you can see there that gorgeous design that it's just created along one side.
Beautiful.
I'm going to mirror and do on the opposite side over here. So I'm just going to get that set up and we'll let it merrily stitch out just so as I can continue chatting about the machine. So I've got the USB stick in the side. I've selected the design, which I'll show you all those designs in a few moments. Click start and off it goes. I've set it up so as it will stop after doing the first few initial stitches, just so I can snip any loose threads. We're okay at the moment. And then you just continue with that and that will carry on stitching while we have a little chat.
Hey, can I just ask? Here's a question. So the machine's doing its thing. The telephone rings. Stuart, we need you to come home, in whatever. Right, stop what you're doing now. I've got to turn the machine. Oh, the power goes off. There's a power cut.
Yeah.
How many have we had recently? It's been awful.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through my design. What happens?
Well, with this one, it does not have a memory to remember the exact point that you are at, but if you are in control and you know that you need to stop, you can stop at any point and it will actually show you on the screen where you are with regards to your design. So this has stitched out 263 stitches so far. The overall design has 3,276. So if you got the phone call that you had to leave and you had to switch everything off, all you need to do is jot that down. Keep the fabric in the hoop just as it is. You could even leave it on the machine if you wanted to, and then come back and advance your design to that point, and then you're going to be able to pick up where you left
Oh,
it.
that sounds easy enough.
Yeah, nice and easy.
So you can take the hoop off, because of course when you put the hoop back in, it's going to be in exactly the same
That's
space.
it, yeah, because you've got it to that stitch.
Yeah.
If your design, for any reason, if your thread runs out or whatever, the machine will stop. I always suggest you back up, go, when I say back up, go kind of undo, so reverse back 2 or 3 stitches just so as it overlaps and you don't have any gaps in there as well. Again, it's stopped now because it's moving to a different area of the design, so I'm just using these fabulous little snips that we've got on the show just to snip away that fabric, and
Is
then
that
I'll
what's
set it
called a
off.
thread jump?
A jump stitch.
A jump stitch.
A jump stitch,
A
that's
jump
it, yeah.
stitch.
If you get any little threads like that and they're a little bit untidy and you're just worried about getting them caught up, just stop your machine. Always stop your machine. Don't go in there while it's still working, and then off it goes again. So,
I've got a message from Elizabeth, who's in North Lanarkshire. She said, this is lovely. I started to sew during lockdown and my hubby bought me a Husqvarna Viking H-Class E10. Well, first off, he's a keeper.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. It's fantastic, capital letters, so you know Elizabeth means it. Cannot recommend this brand enough. Wonderful recommendation.
I love the E10 machine. It's a good, solid machine, that one. Brilliant for your foundation work. So, yeah, be a good buddy to this one, actually.
Yeah. You know, I've taught a lot of classes over the years, and every Husqvarna owner who comes to my class is so passionate about the brand.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it's not a brand you see in all over the place.
It's not. They're actually pioneers within the sewing machine industry, and there's a lot of features that they have on their machines that other brands aspire and copy. I know there's a lot of different people do that with different brands as well, but they actually changed from an armoury manufacture during, oh gosh, I think it's the 1800s or something like that. I can't remember.
Armoury?
Armoury,
Like
that's where they started.
swords.
Swords and bullets and all sorts of things like that. And then it was a case of that there was a bit of a downturn in the industry, and they turned their attention to sewing machines, hand crank sewing machines that purely did a straight stitch initially.
Oh,
so yeah, so they've been going for a long, long time. I think it's over 75 years now, if I remember rightly, but don't quote me on that. But the machine itself, a lot of people will be shopping for this one because they're thinking about moving on to embroidery. That tends to be the reason why people would look at this one more so. And you can see, I mean, it's stitching out beautifully as we are chatting here.
It's
so,
not loud either at all. It's a quiet machine.
Absolutely brilliant. And this is it, just leave it to get on. And you can still chat, you don't have to shout. So that is set up with a variegated thread, so it's kind of changing the colour of the thread as it works through. Got a few different things here that have been stitched out on the machine as well, just to show you a few of the capabilities. We'll go through the design brochure in a few moments.
Ooh, lovely.
And one of the projects in there
I like
is
that.
this little purse. Now, this is what they call an in-the-hoop project. So that means that everything, bar the final kind of sewing up of that outer parameter seam, is done within the hoop. So I'll show you that in a few moments. There is a lovely mix of different projects or different blocks and different designs, should I say, within the design box. So this one has actually been stitched onto wadding already. So that could be cut to the size of your quilt block and stitched straight into a quilt.
So we can use the designer Jade as a quilting machine.
Absolutely, yes. It might be that you want to do a bit of a applique. Now, within the software that I've touched on, there is a feature called Quick Font. And what Quick Font does means it turns any of the fonts that you've got on your computer into embroidery stitches.
Stop it.
You wait till you
Stop
see
it. Any
that you have got. Now, different machines, different computers have different kind of fonts to start with, but you can download loads and loads of those. They're out there on the internet, and that is included free of charge. So there's no
can I do
additional
Comic
cost for that.
Sans?
Yeah.
Could I do papyrus?
You can do whatever you like.
Oh, wow. Now
you've got
that
your
is
favourites-
different. That is different.
Now this is this is similar to one of my favourites, VAG. I think is it called Vagabond or something like that, and it's a lovely open font. But what I could do is actually take that font and use it with a fill stitch. So a fill stitch. Hold on, I've got a piece of fabric somewhere with a fill stitch on. I've got all sorts of bits here. Oh no, I've lost it somewhere, not to worry. But what a fill stitch means that you're actually filling it with a design. Oh, there we go, I've got it over this side. So you can see that this stitch here has been created within the software. So not only is it creating the font, but I don't know whether you'll pick it up on the camera, but you've kind of got an in detail element with the stitches. It's little tiny hearts on this occasion. So it's almost like it's embossed into that stitching that you've created.
Can we get up any closer on that just
I don't
to
know.
see?
Shall I hold it?
On
So
the
let me pop it
stitching?
down.
'Cause
Let me have a look.
Oh, here we go.
So
Bruce is
you
coming
can
in.
just about see you've got little tiny hearts appearing within the actual stitches of the letters.
Oh, yes.
Now there are loads and loads of different designs. There's brickwork, there's faces. On this occasion it's little hearts. You can change the size of those as well or make the font bigger. You can make your own applique stitches as well. So that's a little bit of applique that's been done. Or you could potentially just have it as an outline if you wanted that fabric to show through. Or you can do it as an applique font, as you can see. This is another design that's actually included within that design book.
Oh, that's
So that is
lovely. I love a bit of folk art.
Could you imagine that across the kind of the back of a jacket or something like that?
Yes,
which you could do very easily with the hoop of that size.
Or even a shirt, like a posh shirt.
yeah.
Derek, if you're watching, Derek makes a lot of shirts, beautiful shirts. Do you ever combine embroidery? Because I think that would look stunning.
Yeah, this is another one that's got one of those kind of embossed stitches in there, and that's already inbuilt in that one. We saw this little block earlier on, so that was to work with the demo that we were doing with the mocha block
That's
earlier.
almost that gives me almost the feel of sashiko.
Yes.
Or a quilted motif that you could do alternate blocks. If I wanted to, I know you can do like an individual block for a quilt, so quilt as you go.
Yes.
But if I've already got my quilt layered up,
Yes.
so long as everything's supported, could I hoop a part of a quilt?
Yes.
I can.
You can. With the actual hoop, there are markings on the hoop as well, so this will give you the exact positioning when you're working with it. So I'll just quickly show you that. Another little napkin there with personalisation for a wedding. So lots of different ideas. So the hoop, when you actually get the hoop back, you will notice that there are markings on it. So you've got markings at these points, which are actually your halfway points, and markings at the centre there. So if you were to come back along with a large piece of fabric that was maybe within your quilt block, you could actually find the centre of the block that you're wanting to embroider onto, and the machine will always start its design in the centre of the hoop. So you'll find that where you've kind of got the crosshairs meeting, that's where your design would work. So as long as you stay within that parameter, then that could be on a finished quilt, a finished jacket, a finished bag, whatever it is that you're wanting to stitch onto. That is the beauty of it. Now that design that we were chatting about, you know, I just hooped it up a few moments ago. It's actually finished. As quick as that, it's created another of those designs.
So cool.
So it's
I'm
very
thinking
quick.
things like monogramming and adding a detail to like wedding napkins. And if you were paying somebody to do that, you would pay a fortune.
Absolutely.
You only have to mention the W word and the price goes up by 3 times.
Oh gosh, doesn't it just? Now when I hooked up this napkin, I was made sure that the centre line of the napkin lined up with that centre point that I've just been chatting about. I nudged the design from the middle across to the edge, and that has stitched that out. And I'll take it off the hoop now and show you the napkin so you can see how the kind of project is coming together. So I'll just raise up the foot like so. So there you go. You can see we've got a kind of mirrored version of that one there, and then I could actually put them at the top and the bottom. I didn't flip this design, so if I wanted it to be a complete mirror version, then I could do.
Can you do that?
But I didn't think to do it at the time, thinking on my feet. So shall I show you the designs that you've got within this one? So you have got the ability on the USB stick that comes with your machine. Now your USB stick, I've got a spare, oh no I haven't, I've put it in my laptop, so I'll pull it out the machine. So there you go. So that's your little USB stick. Now within here, you have got all of the designs in there. And I'll show you how you find those in just a few moments when you're looking for them. But you've also got the ability to print this off. Now this doesn't come pre-printed within your machine bundle. You're going to get your user guide, and this is all the UK version. So it's almost like a book really, rather than a pamphlet. And this will take you through not only getting your machine set up, how to work with it as a comprehensive sewing machine, because sometimes we forget it is a sewing machine as well, and how you can learn about Sewing Advisor. Now, Sewing Advisor actually takes on board different fabrics that you might use, different weights of them. So you might have a light woven fabric, you might have a medium woven, like a cotton fabric, you might have a heavy woven, like a canvas, and these settings will automatically change the tension on your machine. It'll give you an advisory with regards to your needle. It'll also kind of change everything to make sure that you are getting a perfect stitch out. This is with your sewing machine scenario, more so than embroidery. You've also got your quick buttons here as well. So if you want to do a straight stitch, if you want to do a blind hem, buttonholes, these are ones that you can go to. And with the combinations of these, it means that your machine is set up to perfection to stitch out in those scenarios without you even needing to know. So for instance, you'll know with a stretch fabric, your straight stitch is not made up of simple straight stitches, it's a slight zigzag. So if you were to set this up with your stretch fabric, which is D, E or F, dependent on the weight, and a straight stitch, it will automatically default to a stretch stitch to stop the breakages in those stitches when you're stitching.
So clever, isn't it?
It's like having a little tutor.
It is like having a tutor. It's like having a sewing expert sitting next to you saying, actually, let's do it like this. This will give you better results, but you don't even have to think about it. Derek's got in touch, actually, to say, I'm loving the look of this machine, especially the size of the hoop. Not this, this. This is standard for this cost of machine. This is the standard size.
Yeah.
You get this size hoop, this size hoop. But remember, it's a sewing machine as well. But he says, can I justify having got a cover stitch and an overlocker for Christmas? I mean, it's about, if that was from Santa, then it's
Do you know what? That's a perfect combination, having all of those.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Sewing machine, cover stitch, overlocker, embroidery.
You've got it
You
all.
can do everything.
Absolutely.
You can do everything.
Yeah. So design
I can't believe the price. I can't
phenomenal,
believe the price.
Isn't it? Phenomenal. It almost makes it feel as if it's a lesser value machine because of the price, but you're getting so much in there. It's amazing. So the sampler book, you can print this off. You can use it on your computer and flick through it if you want to on your computer. You don't have to have a paper version. I tend to because it's a nice way of kind of browsing through all the different scenarios. Now you're going to have all sorts of different projects. You're going to be learning all
Was
sorts
that
of
Santa?
Oh, what was
Was that Santa?
in the
Just
gallery?
flick through. No.
Oh, on here. So I thought you meant in the gallery.
Santa. Look.
Got lost on the way home. North Pole via Redditch.
Yeah.
Sorry. I thought, oh my goodness. He was playing with his earpiece, and I thought, oh, he's hearing Santa. So with the sampler, you can see here that you've got a little bit of tuition in here as well. As you go through the projects, there are lots of different styles of stitching in here that you might be learning for the first time. And there's a few little kind of icons that will give you terminology. So some of these will show how to work with things like your water soluble, what you need to do things like your freestanding embroidery, because there are designs in there that will allow you to do things like that. How you can do cut work, and it will show you the different kind of stages, and it's almost like a multilingual language. There's no real words in there. It's all about the pictures that will help you. So as we work our way through, you will have the different designs. Now, the designs will show you the sizing to start with. You can resize, and we'll chat about that in a few moments. Tell you how many stitches there. It'll give you some suggestions for your threads, and as you're working through a project, for instance, on this particular one, which is almost like a mock cathedral window, you will work through your different stages. So it will stitch out thread 1, and there's a couple of suggestions, but obviously you can thread up whatever you like. The machine will stop, and that means that you have an instruction. So the instruction between step 1 and step 2 is add your applique fabric. So you would lay your fabric on top. Then you'd press start and off it will go again, and it'll stitch out number 2, and then it will stop again. So your instruction then is to trim your applique fabric. And then you would press go and it would go off and do all of the bits and pieces. So you're just working your way through, and it's teaching you how to do that. But design-wise, you have got some, I look like a teacher when I'm doing that, so I keep moving them out the way.
Really do.
So throughout these, you've got all of these beautiful designs that you can be able to stitch out. Some of them are little designs. You can resize these on the machine. You could make that actually fill the hoop if you wanted to.
Oh, but imagine
in the software.
putting that on a collar, just on the wing of a collar.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
And these are all individual components that you could utilise.
So pretty. You know the cathedral windows? Sorry that I'm fixated on that. Can you just keep going across?
You can.
Could you do a whole baby quilt like?
You could indeed, yeah. And because you can position, it's designed as what they call an endless design. So yes, you can just keep repositioning it either vertically, and you'll see it kind of stops there as the cut-off point. You could keep going that way, or you could piece it that way if you wanted to as well. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's loads of possibilities with it.
I'm blown away by this machine. I'm blown away by this. I'm blown away by the fact that it's an embroidery machine and a sewing machine combined in one. I'm absolutely blown away that the hoop is this big, which means that your embroidery size is this instead of what I was expecting, which is this. I'm blown away by the fact that for £1,249, you're also getting a full computerized sewing machine as well, and software, which Derek was also saying was an
I'll get
exciting
onto that in a
feature.
second.
That means that you can do your own thing.
Yes.
Just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This is Husqvarna Viking, not a brand that I've had on air before.
Yes, yeah. I've been in a little bubble, I think, because I think everybody knows about Husqvarna Viking, but no, it's getting out there now, though. They're becoming very, very popular machines.
Oh, I mean, Husqvarnas have been around for years and years.
Yeah.
And I've seen them many, many times at workshops. They have really, really dedicated following. But certainly on Sewing Street, I have not seen Husqvarnas before, and I know a lot of you at home will not have seen them being demonstrated. And this is a massive eye-opener.
Absolutely, I love
Massive.
it. Now, one of the designs that you've got within your sampler book is the little purse that I was chatting about earlier on. So this is a design that is called an in the hoop design. So everything that you need to do is done within the hoop. So again, you can see that is the actual project. And then when you take it out of the hoop, you would stitch around the edge there, fold it in half, and then do your construction stitching. But even the zip is inserted within the hoop.
Stop it.
No, it's amazing. So you've got your instructions there. So what you will do is you will hoop up your fabric, tell you exactly what to do there. It will draw or stitch out the area that your zip is going to sit. You put your zip in place there. It will then stitch it in place, all 4 sides, and then go on to create the rest of your design that you've got there. So it's a really, really clever design. And then it will add in the flowers on both sides. I chose to stop.
Can I please have a look at them?
Of course you can. And that's actually on faux leather. So, yeah. And that was stitched out on the jade.
I'm so intrigued. That is so cool. Just look at this. Look. So the zip is put in by the embroidery machine.
So if you're frightened of putting zips in, you don't have to worry.
Well, I've never seen anything like that. Ouch. I've never seen anything like that before. Oh, it was like somebody shoved a knitting needle into my elbow.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is so clever. And this line of stitching around the outside, that's all done in the hoop. You literally just sew the side seam up. That's really cool.
Isn't it brilliant? It's like having
really
a little sewing helper, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that is one of the projects, as I say, trying to give you lots of different areas of sewing that you might not have done previously. So that is in a hoop design. And then if you like that scenario, you can go off and research and, like you say, get designs off the internet that are in the hoop designs. You've also got these fabulous little character faces, and they create some wonderful little projects if you're wanting to go down that route. These little kind of leaves, I've stitched those ones out before, and you can almost have them like a scattered design, rotating them as you go.
See, I could imagine including those in a quilt.
Yes, yeah.
Very nicely,
Yeah.
with maybe some simple 9-patch piecing in kind of autumny colours, and then alternate blocks with
Yeah.
those stitched in.
Beautiful.
What a simple idea, but what a beautiful quilt that could turn out to be.
Absolutely, yeah. More endless designs. So these are repeatable designs that if you wanted to replicate those over and over again, you can see how they've been done on the bottom of a jacket here. So there's absolutely loads. This little character here, this is a project again that you could be stitching out. It's further on in the book. But what you could, actually, I think it's a project on the website, sorry, not in the book. But what you are going to be able to create is all of the different components. So you're making your own lace
You're
in
making
this
those
scenario.
edgings?
Yeah.
Oh, but for dressmaking, for children's wear, for bridal. This is endless.
So these are fabulous. Now, these are all on the USB stick. If you go onto the Husqvarna Viking website, you've got free tutorials and ideas.
You know, like the owl, you said that's on the website. Do I have to pay for that?
No, no.
It's free.
It's free, yeah. It's
free.
Yeah, yeah.
You pay £249.80. £249.80 for a sewing machine, an embroidery machine, the software,
There's loads.
the size hoop.
Now, I'm not going to go
I know I
through
keep banging on about the size of the hoop, but
It's
that has
important.
blown me away. That is really important. It's
important.
fundamental.
It is. Now, I'm not going to go through every single one of those designs because otherwise we'll never get to the computer, but there's loads in there. And basically, each one has got a little number by the side of it. So the way that you access these is by put the USB stick in the side of the machine, and then you'll go to the design menu, which will pop up on your screen. So if I take it to, let me just take that and pop it back in again. There we go. That should read that. And then there we go. You'll see you've got your menu there. So within designs, you click on designs and you will have all of the folders. So for instance, the design that I was looking at a few moments ago, I think that was design number 50. I'd find the folder where it said number 50, and then I would just find the actual design and bring that up and then press OK, and it will bring it into my hoop area. Now, if you are thinking about using your own, oh no, it's a different design. If you're thinking about using your own USB stick that's got lots of designs on there, bear in mind, this is a machine, it's not a computer, so don't overload. And I think this is the case with many embroidery machines. Keep the content or the size of your USB stick to quite a minimum. Don't go any more than 2 gig, and which seems like so small in comparison with the huge kind of portable hard drives we can get nowadays. But that is too much for your machine to kind of cope with. There's too much information there. So you can add designs to the USB stick that it comes with, so you can kind of piggyback them from your laptop, from your Mac, across to your machine. So that's probably the best way of doing it. So I'm going to get myself ready with regards to my laptop and get that all set up to show you how you can design. So I'll let you carry on for a minute, and then I'll get myself sorted.
Thank you. Right, amazing. Let's talk about this incredible machine. So it's the Designer J35 machine. And what you're getting there is an incredible sewing machine and embroidery machine combined in one. You've got this massive hoop area. Now, in terms of the design area that you can stitch, that is a 6-inch by 9.5-inch hoop. Most machines of this price range are going to be a 4-inch or 100 mil square. This is 150 mil by 240 mil. So absolutely incredible capability there. Angela's got in touch to say, I'm feeling sick at the moment. This is an amazing machine. I've just spent nearly £4,000 on an embroidery-only machine. That's Angela in Cheshire. Don't feel sick, Angela. I'm sure what you've bought is amazing. You know, I mean, I've just got an embroidery and sewing machine, which was £7,500. And the hoop is about this much bigger. But, you know, every machine's got its capabilities. But, yeah, I think we do have to just take a moment to appreciate just how much value you're getting for under £1,250. It's incredible. It's not just an embroidery machine, but what an embroidery machine. My goodness. I was expecting something a lot more basic. I'll be honest with you. I was expecting a 4-inch hoop, I was expecting quite basic embroidery, and actually what we've got is quite an advanced embroidery machine, a really large embroidery hoop, which of course you can do small designs on. And also, if you're thinking, well, I like to do lots of little projects, you can buy a 4-inch hoop to fit this machine. If you're going to use that loads and you like using smaller bits of fabric, you can do that. But it's so good to have the big hoop rather than having to work up to that and buy that separately. You're also getting the software. Now, the software is something that you're going to go through in just a second.
I am, yes.
But also, don't forget, you're getting an amazing freebie with this machine. You're getting the Madeira thread chest. Now, I don't think we actually have the thread chest in the studio, do we? But there it is on screen. We've had it on before. It's £159 on its own. You've got amazing Madeira threads,
yeah.
gorgeous range of colours. And then you've got a second drawer, which has got more beautiful colours in there. All your basics, your neutrals, absolutely incredible. Well done if you've managed to get your Jade 35, by the way. There's actually more of you with this in your basket than we have. So here's the thing. I've got 2 machines left, okay? I've got more, but they are on extended delivery. If you want to get your Jade 35 combined sewing machine and embroidery machine in the next 3 to 5 working days, you're going to need to be quick because I only have 2 machines left that we can dispatch immediately. If we get to the stage where we're using the extended delivery machines, I will let you know. But there are like 10, 11 of you with this in your basket, and I only have 2 machines available for immediate delivery left. So if you want the machine in the next 3 to 5 working days, you're going to need to check out your baskets right away. Check out, and then you will get your machine in the next 3 to 5 working days. Derek's got in touch to say, okay, you've convinced me. I now need a bigger sewing table room. Knock through. I think houses only have kitchens because they come with them. Yeah.
I love
you
that.
know, I mean, it's whatever works. I'm kidding. But you know, yeah, if you live in a terraced house, knocking through isn't always an option.
Yes, yeah, just a bit, maybe get a bit of kind of planning advice first.
Yeah.
Can I very quickly show you, you were talking about with the hoops, you can actually use smaller pieces of fabric, just use a stabiliser. So if your hoop won't actually keep your fabric intact, then just tack it to a bit of stabiliser and then use it that way as well. So there you go.
Okay, I just need to cut in, the graphics have now changed because all of our machines available for immediate delivery have now sold out. So if you had it in your basket, that will now drop out. You will not be able to check that out. You'll need to get exactly the same machine with that free Madeira chest, with all of the software, everything exactly the same, but it's extended delivery. It's just on extended delivery. And I think that's going to be about a 2-week extended delivery. It's about a 2-week extended delivery. So it's not forever. It'll be before the end of the month, but it will be a couple of weeks extended delivery. Well done, everybody who has got the machine on immediate delivery. If you want the Jade 35 embroidery and sewing machine now, it will be about a 2-week extended delivery. But we have got decent stocks.
Right, now I was just hooping up my fabric because my story of my napkin continues. I've done 2 different sides, so you can see there and down at the bottom there's lots of stories going on today. We're going to be stitching something in this area, but I want to personalise this, so I'm actually going to take the design that we've used here and adapt it, and that's where I need the software as well. So I'm just going to pop that to one side while we concentrate on the software. Now, when you actually get your machine through, you will get an A4 piece of paper that will show you how you actually get hold of your, well, it quotes your product key. Now, this is a product key that is personal to you and your machine. So you can install it on, I think it's 3 different computers. So if you've got a computer in your office, if you've got a laptop, then you can use it on your laptop, and you can use that on a Windows or a Mac computer. Quite often I get asked about tablets. Now, you can't install an app on your tablet that you can use, but Husqvarna Viking have an app called My Sew Net. And My Sew Net is available to anybody anybody. It doesn't matter what brand of machine that you have, and you can download that app free of charge. And there are certain subscriptions that you can choose if you're wanting to, that kind of give you additional kind of elements, bolt-on things that you can do if you're wanting to. But the basic installation of that, the basic version, is free of charge. And you'll be able to do things like I'm doing now. So I've installed the software on my Windows computer, and you'll have to forgive me if I'm a bit eggy. I tend to use a Mac, but because quite often we find people who are shopping for this machine have got Windows, that's why I'm using my Windows laptop. So I've installed it, and as you can see, I've got my hoop on the screen here. Now I can actually change the direction of that hoop if I'm wanting to, if I can find my mouse, there it is, by just simply clicking on the change hoop. So if I wanted to actually work on something in a more kind of portrait style, then I can click on natural and it will change the hoop there, and it will change it within our design. But I know the design that I want to work with needs to be rotated, so I'm just going to cancel that like so. Now the USB is in the side of the machine, so I'm just going to refresh my memory on the actual design that I've got, because I can't remember which number it was. Where am I? Number 47. So I'm going to go up to the top. Now this is how you can bring in different designs that you might already have within your stash. So if you've already got another brand embroidery machine and you're wanting to use that, then you can do. So you've got your little cursor, so you'll take that up to where you've got a little folder in the top. Now, if you've got other embroidery designs, as I say, it could be another brand machine, and this software will understand that language, because each manufacturer, your brother, or your other different brands of embroidery machines will have their own kind of, their own style of file. So with the Husqvarna Viking ones, they're kind of in a Husqvarna Viking embroidery language. The brother ones are in a brother language.
You don't have to understand any of this, do you? It's just when you buy a design, you choose that format.
That's it.
I need to cut in very, very quickly,
Oh, okay,
Hayley.
yes.
I need to say an apology. I said moments ago, the extended delivery, we've got good stocks. We don't have good stocks. We've got 6.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So
enough.
apologies. We do it well. We had more, but we have only got 6, and they're all in baskets. So I just need to use this moment just to say, we've now got 5 left. So if you do want the Jade 35 on extended, it's only 2-week extended delivery, but if you do want it, I've only got 5 options left. We are just making phone calls to ask what happens when we sell out of those, because we're going to do that too. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I was under the impression that with the extended delivery, we would have like 30 or 40, and actually we don't. We have got 5 chances left. Okay, sorry, Hayley.
Oh, that's fine. My goodness, it is busy. Wow. Okay, so I've got my USB stick in the side of my laptop, and this is the same USB stick that will go into the side of the machine when I come to stitch out. So what I've got here is I've opened up the USB stick, and you can see that I've got the contents that will come up on the screen. So if I click on USB stick, so I've got designs. That's the same folder that we saw when we were looking at the machine a few moments ago. Then you've got your intro software, so that will have some information relating to your machine. You've also got the fonts, which are on there, but you can use your own fonts. And there are some designs there that have actually been created or been designed and saved on the USB stick for using at a later stage. So if I want to incorporate the same design that I used on my napkin, then I just need to go into that folder and find the design. Now, it was number 47, so I'm going to go into the folder 41 to 50. Oops-a-daisy, don't click on both at the same time, Hayley. And then find the design number 47. And there you go. It gives me a preview, so I know exactly what I've got there. And I'm just going to click on open, and that will bring it into my area.
This
like
is good.
So. Now, I've got little, now I probably will do, well, I do a class, or I haven't done it for quite a while, to kind of like a new owner's class. So I might resurrect that one on my website.
Hayley, please.
So, yeah, we might need
I get asked about things like that so often.
So yeah, I would definitely do that. Now you can move and rotate this. You can resize as well. So at the moment we've got white nodes on there, which means if I change the size of that, then it is going to be a case of I'll have to kind of change the colour so as I can resize it and it doesn't lose any stitches.
3 machines left now.
Goodness. Okay,
we're
I'm
down to our last 3.
I'm going as quick as I can. So if you're wanting to resize
All right, you you don't need to go any faster. It's just if you want to check out your basket, you need to be quick.
No.
But Hayley, you keep the same pace, madame.
Fabulous. No, with this one, I'm just going to...
Don't talk any faster.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I speak fast enough, is it? So I'm just going to get, I've rotated it by 90 degrees. So when I actually click on OK, then it will rotate it round, as you can see. So that is in keeping with the rest of the napkin. And I can just drag that down to the edge of the hoop, like so. So it'll sit roughly where it was previously. Now, if I wanted to add some detail to this, I could do that very, very easily. By clicking on letter, it will show you some of the fonts that are already installed. Now, the ones that are greyed out aren't available with the introductory software, but the ones that are blue are. And you can actually create your own embroidery of fonts if you're wanting to as well. And they will be stored in a section that says My Fonts. Now, I don't know if we've got any on this particular... Oh, we have there. So we've got a few different fonts there. So there's one where we've actually created a fill stitch, which is using bricks. So that was done previously in a previous show. But if we go into Font Manager, this is where we can actually create our own fonts using this little button down at the bottom here, which says Quick Font. Now, we're covering a lot of information in this show, but if you go to my Facebook page, so that's Hayley West on TV, there is a link to Husqvarna Vikings YouTube channel, and they've got a series of about 7 different videos that will take you literally from unboxing your machine to stitching out, and they'll talk about stabilizers and how you get your hoop ready. It's a proper education that you can actually go and look at those. That's free of charge, so don't worry about that. Now, this is where you choose the font that you're going to be using. So when you actually use your software, you will have probably different fonts to the ones that I've got here, because these are the ones that I've installed on my computer. Now, what was one of your favourites, did you say, Stuart?
Papyrus.
Papyrus. Let's see if I can find Papyrus in here. I don't know whether it's one that I've got. I don't think it is, sadly, but not to worry.
Comic Sans.
Comic Sans, that should be, because that's a pretty standard one, isn't it?
Well, I was a primary school teacher.
Oh, it's always...
We live and die on Comic Sans.
Well, it's the only one that does the proper letter A, isn't it? Yeah. So if you wanted to embroider something in Comic Sans, then you can do. You would click on there. And then all you need to do is decide what style of font that you're wanting to do. So then it's a case of if you want to do it as an applique or so on. Now, I've already got selected VAG rounded, and the reason I like this one because it's a large letter. I keep forgetting that you're actually looking at my screen and I put my hands in front of it. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
But also, just going back to primary school days, this is the font that we all had the wooden, the sets of wooden letters that you traced around for display boards and things like that. So I'm very familiar with this font as well.
So you can have it regular, you could have it bold, you could have it italic, you could have it a mixture of both. Each time you do it, it will actually show you in a little bit of a preview what it's going to look like. But I'm going to stick with regular on this one. And then you just click on next, and that will take you through to the next screen. Now, on the next screen, this is where you decide what are you going to do with that letter, or that font, should I say. So we have got a little drop down. And you've got here pattern fill, you've got satin stitch, and as you click on these, it will kind of give you another preview to show you what it's going to look like. So that's a satin fill. You've got a pattern fill. It could be a pattern fill with a satin border. It could just be a satin border, and a satin border will kind of give you almost like an applique look.
Oh, nice.
If you wanted to.
I like that.
You can actually turn it into an applique font, and what that means, it will put the stops in there, so as applying your fabrics.
So then you could use things like charm squares or scraps. Bruce, you've got a baby. I was thinking this would be so perfect for a baby quilt or a child's quilt, wouldn't it, with all the letters of the alphabet, all done in applique?
Yeah. And you could also get fabrics that, I don't know, fabrics that have got apples on for the letter A and things like that. So, yeah, loads and loads.
I need to make a bit of an announcement.
Oh, OK.
OK, first of all, a message from Judith from Shropshire. Just ordered, and I'm so excited. Fabulous demo, Hayley. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hayley's ace, isn't she? So many people have emailed in.
Oh, bless you.
Now, I mentioned that we'd got 6 machines left. I'm now down to my last 2. I'm down to my last 2, and this is on extended delivery. Now, we've just had an okay that we can have more machines on extended delivery, and that will still be within the 2-week time frame. Awesome. So I've got 2 loaded at the moment, so there are 2 more options. However, will they potentially be on a different item number? Same item number. Okay, great. So right now, just carry on shopping as normal. So we've got 2 available right now. This is for extended delivery within about 2 weeks, and we are getting some more stock in right now. Once we've done that, I will let you know. But that will be on extended delivery as well for 2 weeks. So
Right, we're all
we
right.
can
I
all
can
go.
breathe now. Oh, and calm was
Take a moment.
restored.
Good. And you're off.
Okay, so I have got my software set up. I've chosen my font, so I'm going to go for my VAG rounded, and I've decided that I'm going to use a fill stitch. So the fill stitch is literally, as it says, filling in the area of that letter or number, dependent on which I go for. Now, we've got a bit of a donut. So we've got a donut that you're going to click on, and that will give you the opportunity. Oh, sorry, no, that's showing you pattern fill. I do apologise. It's the stitch options. So your stitch options will show you the different fill stitches that you have. So I can see Bruce is showing you that little square there. Well, this is where it will change, because if I click on
done, Bruce.
here, these are
Oh, are these all
all
the
of the
infills?
options.
Oh, wait a minute. I love the one that's like weaving.
So you've got cats, you've got dogs, you've got almost like sorry, it's the angle that I came off the screen there. You've got all of these. So there's dots.
Oh, wow.
There's knit effect.
I was going to say it's almost like Aaron knitting some of it.
There's
Look
loads.
at those.
Aren't they brilliant? So hearts that we saw a few moments ago.
I'm not surprised so many of you are leaping online to order this machine. It's amazing, isn't it? And we haven't even touched on the fact that it is a brilliant sewing machine as well as all of this.
I've just found a crawling baby.
Oh, well,
I'm not
is
here.
it Bruce's?
Not here,
Bruce,
but on the
you
screen.
brought your baby to work. He's apologising
In the
profusely.
pattern fill, there's a little baby. I didn't know there's a little baby there. We've got all sorts. I love it. So I'm going to choose a design. Oh, we've got little people.
I want the weaving.
The weaving. Which one would you like?
It's quite far up the top, like woven, like a basket weave. Sorry to be a diva about it.
Not at all. Because the weave would be quite a good one to show you. One of these ones?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's go with that one.
The graphics are changing, by the way. Same item, same code, same extended delivery, okay? So those 2 have gone now, but now we're still on a 2-week extended delivery. We've got you covered. You're still getting your Madeira thread chest. You're still getting your fabulous Husqvarna Viking machine. Absolutely. I must practice saying Husqvarna. Husqvarna Viking machine. I feel like a Viking this morning. And you're also getting that fabulous thread chest. Absolutely awesome. Grr.
I don't know how to follow that, in all frankness.
I'd be a Viking.
I love it. We've chosen our style, our fill stitch, which we've got here, but it doesn't stop there because we can then adapt it. So I've got my fill stitch there. I can change the density of that pattern if I wanted to, but I can also change the angle. Now, when I change the angle, it will actually rotate that design dependent on the angle that you've chosen. Now, it doesn't alter your preview, I don't believe, but if I change that to, let's change it to 340. Is it 340? Oh, gosh. No, change it to 90. Change it to 90 degrees. Gives you a little precursor there to kind of give you an idea. But you'll see that when we actually use this as a fill stitch, rather than it going vertically, it will go horizontally on our stitches.
Can we just answer a quick question?
Of course, go for it.
This is from Sarah, who says, is the warranty 5 years or is it 2 years as per the Sewing Street website?
Oh, it should be 5 years.
It's 5 years,
5
Sarah.
years, yeah.
Thanks for pointing pointing that out. We will update the website. You get a 5-year
I think it's one of those ones that usually, I think this is the only machine that they do. The regular sewing machines tend to be about 2 years, but with this one, yeah, you've got your 5 years. It is obviously on the machine. It's not for things like your needles or stuff like that.
Sure,
so
absolutely.
your consumables, then
Absolutely.
obviously, but if you actually have any mechanical elements with it, then that is covered, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you.
Okie doke. So I've got my design now. You can actually change it. Now, will it allow me to change it? I don't know. It's one of those ones that just have a little click because there's so much information in there that it's worth having a little look at. So click on OK, and that has created my infill. Now, this is the thing. Now, can Bruce get right the way in to maybe that letter A? For some reason, it fills it with a blue. It may well fill it with any other colour if you change it. I don't know, but I'm not sure how to do it. Now, can you see that you have now got that weave running through those letters that you chose? And I've chosen to do it at 90 degrees, so rather than it going up and down, it's going across. So it's almost like it's a knit effect.
Good work, Bruce.
That's good. I think we should just pause for a moment and savour that. That is
A
amazing.
little bit of appreciation. Thank you.
Yes, a
Brilliant.
little round of
And some
applause and
hero.
appreciation. So once you've done that, then all you need to do is to continue through, and it will save that font. So if I click on Next, and it will generate that font. And then you can give it a name. So I could actually change this to Stuart, S-T-U-A-R-T. Is that right?
Yeah,
So
thank you.
Stuart's font. So this could be a font that I use on a regular thing that I'm making and selling. So if I need to create more of them in the future, I can just go straight to that font and away we go. So that's as simple as that.
Brilliant.
You can
I've never
also
been turned into a font.
there you go. You can click through and you can just check that you like the look of everything that's in there. So all of the different letters. Not all fonts will adapt brilliantly to different variations. Some of them aren't chunky enough to do a plique with. So just be mindful of that when you are
But I
choosing
love
your
the fact that
fonts.
we've got the option. It's all about playing, isn't it, and finding the right
Absolutely.
font. You know, some will infill better, some will be better as an outline, some will be perfect for a plique.
This is it. This is
The
it. and you will find
versatility
it.
of this machine is absolutely mind-boggling. I need to let you know, we've got more machines loaded ready, but they are flying out as well. You really are keeping us on our toes today.
Now, once you've actually designed your own font, because that's what you're doing, and this could be a company style font if you've got somebody to actually do that for you, then you can actually print off a catalogue so as you can see all the different letters on a paper form if you're wanting to, but I don't have a printer, so I'm not going to do that. And then all you do is you click on Finish, and then it will save that font. And then all we've need to do is actually go back into our design. So it's all done. So we can exit that. Okay. And then if I close that down and now I go to my fonts up here, I can actually find my font that we have created. Is it the next one down? Oh, there we go. It will be under My Fonts. So if I just move that down, and there is Stuart's font. So I can now click on that. Now I can actually type whatever word I like, or just have an initial letter if I wanted to. So if we were personalising napkins, I might just want to put the letter S on there, which is fine. So I can do that. And I can also decide what size I want that letter to be, whether I want it to be 2 centimetres high or whether I want to go quite large with that one. So you can go to whatever size you like. So let's stop about 8 centimetres high. Click on Apply, and then that will bring it into my area. And then that would actually stitch out alongside the design that we're creating. So you can see that we've got with that. But what you've also got is the ability to put individual letters if you wanted to. So if I knock that down now to say, oh, I don't know, let's say, let's go half the side. We said 80, didn't we? So let's make it down to 40. And I was to type in the rest of your name, so T-U-A-R-T, and then click on Apply, then it will add the rest of your name, but in a smaller font.
Oh, I really like that.
So that's something you could do as well.
That's really clever.
Now, I'm just going to move those out of the way just for the time being. You can play around, move things around your screen as you so choose. It's only if it's in that gridded area that it will actually stitch out. Now,
Hayley, I'll tell you one thing I've really noticed about this, your demo here. I know with a lot of like really expensive embroidery machines, you have a bigger screen on the front that you can do this kind of manipulation. But it is nothing like the size of a laptop screen.
Absolutely. And bear in mind, you could have this, if it's plugged into your TV at home, as you can do, can't you? And actually extend your laptop area to make it as big as you want, really.
I'm just there. Oh, wow. Hello, Stuart and Hayley. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Judith. Oh, I've been in two minds about buying an embroidery machine. I know the feeling. I felt like that too. You'll never regret it. Watching the demo has helped, and I've got it on extended delivery. Oh, well done. You can have so much fun. Remember, it's not just an embroidery machine. It's a sewing machine as well. Another lovely message from Lynn, who's in Cumbria. She says, New Year, now an embroidery machine joins sewing machine, overlocker and cover stitch. Yippee! This is Lynn from a very wet Kendal. Oh, well, that'll brighten things up, no end, certain of it. Well, also as well, you know, you've got the perfect combo. Derek's got the perfect combo because I know he's got an overlocker, a cover stitch, an embroidery and a sewing machine now. Just absolutely fab. We are completing people's
filling in that little jigsaw.
Do you know, it's just fabulous. I love it. I love it. And just an amazing machine. I'm really happy we've got Husqvarna machines on Sewing Street, aren't you? This is great.
Now we're going to do something else with Stuart's fonts, because what I've actually done now is I've typed into the little window that we've got there the name Stuart, but we were doing it in a straight line. You've also got the ability to do it in different sizes. So I'm going to knock the size of the font down just because of the size of the hoop and knowing that it's going to need a certain amount of area in order to do so. So let's knock it down to, say, about 2.5 centimetres. And we've got horizontal, we've got vertical, and you'll notice as I hover over the different things, a little kind of pop-up comes to explain to you what you're doing.
That's useful.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Saves getting a manual out. Also, some of the features will have shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts. So if you like to work with those, like your copy and paste and things like that, then you can work with those as well. But I'm going to choose the arc that we've got here. So we've got circle clockwise. And as it says there, place a single line of lettering clockwise around a circle. Hold down Control, then click and drag the control box to move the lettering without changing the size of the circle. So
I love the fact you've got a tutorial as you go.
I love it. So I'm going to click on that because I want everything to follow in an arc, and you can see that it's highlighted. Bear in mind, this is free software. You're not paying anything extra for this. I think it's brilliant.
It is brilliant.
When you're happy, then you click on Apply. You've got a couple of other little variations, but we'll keep it simple for now. Click on Apply, and there you go. You've got Stuart following an arc. But you've got a little green square that if you click on that green square, you can actually change the size of your circle.
Oh, look at that.
You can actually move the design
who's in Cumbria asks, hello, does the software work on Apple Mac, please?
It does indeed. It will look a little bit different to how we're working with it here because it's kind of like a different formulation. But all of the features that we've been talking about are on the Mac version when you download that.
Awesome, ace, all included, £1,249, 5 split pay. I think this is one of the marvellous things actually here at Sewing Street. We have a thing called split pay. And if you've never used split pay before, no credit checks, no forms to fill in, no fuss, no muss. Literally, you just choose it as you're checking out. And instead of paying £1,249 today, instead, you pay the first payment, £249.80. That's it, plus your P&P, $395, and we send you the machine. It's on 2 weeks extended delivery now because it's been so popular. And then next month, you make the next payment, and the month after that, so it's spread over 5 months, 0% interest. You do not pay a single penny more than somebody who's paying the full amount in one go. Just a great option if that works for you. Suddenly gone very quiet.
I wasn't sure whether that was whether it was ready for me or ready for you.
I just, you know, I was just enjoying a moment. I just closed my eyes and I just drifted off.
Now, if you're wanting to take the design that you've created and actually transfer it over to your machine, couldn't be simpler. All you need to do is go up to the top corner. Oh, I've lost my cursor. Where's that gone? Oh, there it is. Click on File. and then click on export. And then when you export, you choose the language. You know, I was talking about different languages. You choose the language that you're going to export your design in. So I've got it on VP3, which is a Husqvarna Viking design. You can see I've already got it in the hoop there. So all I need to do is click on OK, and it is ready for me to save. It's now asking me where I'm going to save it. Well, I want to put it onto my machine. So I'm going to save it on the USB. I could save it on my computer hard drive if I wanted to, but I need to give it a name, so as when I get to my computer, I can actually, my machine, I can actually find the design. So let's call it Stuart again, because it's nice, easy. It kind of keeps the continuity going. And then I'm just going to click on export, then it will save that. Just make sure that when you are taking your USB stick out of your machine that you are following the guidelines, as in, I think, is it right click and then eject? So don't just pull it out because it might not remember it. So eject, and then it's something that you should be doing all along. And usually when it's gone off your screen, then you're okay to get the USB. So I'm going to take the USB out, like so. I think we've pretty much finished with the laptop for the time being, unless Hannah tells us to go back to it, so I'm just going to pop that out of the way just for the time being.
What I was going to say, Hayley, you know, for those like, I mean, I'm a self-confessed technophobe, but even I was watching that demo thinking, I get this, and those little drop-down boxes that inform along the way. But even if you are absolutely, no, I just don't do the computer side at all, there are lots of really clever people out there who've done marvellous designs, beautiful fonts, gorgeous, that you can download for free or download for pence usually, or a couple of pounds at most, and work on your machine. So, you know, although the computer side, for some people, it's everything.
Yes.
And it's a whole new world. For other people, it doesn't have to be for you. There are so many other reasons why this is an amazing machine. So don't feel like you've got to be super cool with computers. You haven't, have you?
Yeah.
You haven't. Yeah. But you can learn. I was watching that thinking, no, I get that. And I'm really bad.
Oh, bless you. Now, something else.
Christine's emailed
Oh,
in.
okay. No, go for it.
Just to say, oh yeah, that's a good question actually. So like, do you have to disconnect the embroidery unit and put something else on in order to use it as a sewing machine?
And it will automatically recognise that whether it's going into sewing mode or going into embroidery mode. We've got the arm attached, the embroidery arm attached. So all you would do is, there's a little kind of click, disappeared off the screen there, there's a little kind of click on the side there. You hold that and you pull it away, and there's a different accessory box that fits on there. What will happen is, when you break that connection, the machine, the light will kind of flicker and it will kind of come back in a different personality, as in sewing mode. But I'll just finish this last bit and I'll show you that, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Lovely. So let's pop that hoop back on like so. I've actually got another machine so that I can show you the sewing. So the little USB stick that we saved the design on, it's in here now. So I'm just going to put that in the little USB port that's on the side of the machine.
Yeah, we can see that, don't worry.
Just goes in there like so. And then if it doesn't come up automatically, then all you need to do is click on the little button there. Oh, let's just raise the foot up, because it will tell you if you're not doing something that you should be doing, it will let you know as well. Now, if you don't get that USB come up straight away, you've got your little button there at the side that will usually do so. Sometimes it's just a case of taking the USB stick out and popping it back in again, so as it will recognise that, and then it will come up in just a few moments, hopefully. It might have been because I was playing around pulling the because it just came up. Do you see it just flash up on the screen then? Yeah, right, so that's in sewing mode. As soon as I put that embroidery arm on, it'll suddenly think, oh, hang on a minute, I've got my embroidery arm on, I'm going to be an embroidery machine. So it will go through this kind of routine. It will come up with a little thing here that says, remove the hoop, attach the embroidery presser foot, which is included, and press on OK. And then it'll do a little bit of a dance. It will get itself ready. It's calibrating, it's getting itself all the right settings before it starts reading your USB stick. So now we've got the original designs, which are in those folders that we looked at earlier on. You've got the intro software, which it speaks of there. You've got font. And then, there you are, down at the bottom there. It's in alphabetical order. Saving the best till last.
Hayley, I'm slightly chilled by the idea of mum exported. Did you see that?
Get out.
There we go. Mum exported.
So when I click on OK, then it will actually bring that design in. And you can see that it gives you an outline. Of the design, and at this point you can kind of move it around if you're wanting to. Now it needs me to put the hoop on to start with, so I'm just going to pop the hoop on, and as I said, all those little videos that Husqvarna Viking have done will show you how to do that. Just make sure your needle is up at its highest position, and that you raise that foot and it goes over the edge of your hoop. You've got a clip on the side of your hoop, and that will go into the embroidery arm. So that's something that you may well be familiar with already. And then that will click in the channel there, and you push it in and you'll feel it click. Move all of your excess fabric out of the way. And then when we've done that, we click on OK. So now it's ready to stitch. Now, I've positioned the fabric again exactly where I need it to go. And the larger design is the design that we've got for Stuart's name. But as I look at this, I can see that the swirly design is actually on the left. I need it to be on the right. So all I'm going to use is use that little button there. I don't have to go back into the software, but I can actually flip that design over. Sorry, I'm using the wrong one there. So I can flip that design over like so, and that will move it round. So as I've got it on the other side there, like so, and stitch it out. Now I'm just hoping it hasn't flipped the phrase as well, because I've suddenly realised that it may have done. I'm not too sure, but anyway, we'll stitch it out anyway for now. So click on the start, and it will start stitching out, and it will start stitching out the original design as well as the design that we created with our own font for Stuart's name. So we can merrily let that carry on while we talk about sewing mode.
Yeah. You know, well, Hayley told me at the start of the morning, she said, didn't you? I could talk about this machine for 2 weeks. I said, we've got 2 hours, Hayley, we haven't got 2 weeks, but there is so much. And we haven't even touched on the fact that this is a fabulous sewing machine, as well as everything else. So this is your dressmaking, your patchworking, quilting, your home decor, your soft furnishing, your bag making. It's all there, but with the benefit of being an incredible, and I think we can all agree, it's an incredible embroidery machine as well. Just super cool. So talk to me about the sewing machine capabilities.
Now, when you look at this, Husqvarna Viking are a Swedish company, and straight away when you look at the machine, when it's packed away, it's kind of got that slimline look, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And this is your machine. It doesn't come with a hard cover per se, but it does come with this section here that will slide out. So on the back of your machine, you've kind of got a dial, and that will lock this in. And this is your accessory kind of area where you'll keep things like your plug and your foot pedal and things like that. So you just rotate that. There's a little bit at the top that will lock it in, and then you can just rotate it to unlock it. So simple action like so. And then you will push that, and then what will happen is it will push out of the front. Oops, let me just let that carry on. There we go. It will push out of the front like so, and that will reveal your sewing machine. But it also gives you a huge area where you can be able to store things like your foot pedal, your power cable. They can all go in there. But you will also get
That's nifty.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
That's
Brilliant
really
idea.
nifty.
You've got your accessory box on the side here. Now that will slide off, so if you're going into embroidery mode, you would take that off completely, and then you put your embroidery arm on there. This is also the way that you can drop the feed dogs if you want to do a bit of Freemason for work. And these will slide, so you can actually put your different elements there for your bobbins, your feet and things like that. And now you've also got one at the back there as well. So pop that there, and then I'm just going to pop that underneath. Whoops, and slide that in. So the machine itself, as a sewing machine, you've got loads of features in here. So I'm going to flip the lid up at the top, and this will reveal to you the stitches that you've got across the top. There's loads of different feet that come with this, which I'll look at in just a few moments as well. So you've got kind of 4 sections with regards to your stitching. Some of them are your utility stitches, things that you do for things like your zip insertion, your regular sewing. You've also got things like your 1/4 inch seam in there, so you've got guides, so you don't need to go off and get a special foot for your 1/4 inch. However, if you want to go and get different feet from Husker Viking in the future, you can do that because they do lots of speciality feet as well. But it comes with a good range to start with and some really nice decorative stitches there as well. So brilliant stitches within here as well. So absolutely fabulous stitches and some really cute ones that you can flip, you can rotate, you can do all sorts of fabulous things with it. Now, one of the features on here is Sewing Advisor, which I mentioned before, and this is something that Husqvarna Viking patented, and it's very much still strong on all of their machines. I was recently involved in the training and the education of a £15,000 embroidery machine, but it still had this feature because it's something that is so true to Husqvarna Viking that they put it on all of their machines where they can do. So what you've got, let me just switch the machine on. Have I switched the machine on? Oh, I haven't got the power cable in. That does help, doesn't it?
Wow.
Sorry, power.
You know.
So you've got a foot pedal, so you can operate it with a foot pedal, but you have got a start-stop, so if you do want to do it that way, you can do as well. Now down the front, you've got here your Sewing Advisor, and as I mentioned, you've got A, B, C. Now these, and it will detail this in the brochure that comes with it, or your guide, replicate your woven fabric. So that's any fabric that has got that weave. So it could be a lightweight organza, going right the way through to a heavyweight canvas or a denim. And these are kind of just guides.
That's very obvious when you point it out.
Yeah.
They're so useful.
Yes, well
isn't
this is it, because the stitch that you would use on a organza would be different to a stitch that you'd use on a denim. I mean, with knowledge, you'll know that working with a denim, you would lengthen your stitch more so than you would with an organza thread. But you might not know that yet, or you might not remember it, because quite often when I'm working with things like blind hems or I'm doing things like stretch stitches, which I don't use every single day, I sometimes need that little reminder. So it's useful to have that built in. So you've got your different stitches down there, or your different fabrics. Next one that you've got relates to your kind of weave, not your weave, your elastic fabrics, your stretch fabrics, that's the word that I wanted. And again, you've got your light, so it could be that it's something like, I don't know.
Spandex?
Spandex. It could be things like stuff that you're using leotard, things that you're using lingerie, leisure wear, lightweight t-shirt fabrics. Sometimes your t-shirt fabric would actually go into the middle one though as a medium weight, but then if you've got something that's like a sweatshirt fabric, then that would be your heavier there. So all of these are explained within the instruction manual. You've also got the one at the bottom there which depicts working with leather or working with oilcloth or
Would you use that with faux leather?
Indeed, faux leather as well. So these will kind of depict which type of fabric you're working with. These buttons down the side, 1 through to 7, are your shortcuts, a bit like you have on your phone or on your computer, things that you might use on a daily basis that you can quickly and easily go to. But the thing that I find fascinating with this is it's such a clever machine that, say if I was to go for stitch number, well, it's actually got a stitch on there at the moment, so that is a straight stitch. So that, if I was working on a woven fabric, if I click on that, I've got it set up and it will be the same. If I change it to a medium weight, it might change the stitch length. It's not going to do a huge amount of difference. But what it's telling me is the foot that I need, the tension setting that I need. Also, it will usually tell me which needle I should be using. So it's saying an 80 needle there, as you can see. And you've got kind of the ability to change the foot pressure should you need to. But if I was to change from a woven fabric, maybe I'm doing a bit of piecing, I'm using my cotton fabrics, and then I suddenly wanted to make a t-shirt, but I don't know the settings I need. If I just click there, that little button there, you will see that that stitch will actually change. Now you might not see it straight away, but when you actually get into the nitty-gritty of it, it will actually change the stitch to a stretch stitch, it will tell you there, and it will tell you need your B foot on there, and it will actually change the type of stitching that you need for that particular project. So that is the beauty. It's a setting that I wouldn't know, I wouldn't instantly know what I'd need, but it does it for me. So that is
absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And your embroidery machine is ready for its next stage.
It
Isn't it
is.
amazing how it just does its own thing?
Now, the embroidery machine, just move this out of the way again so you can have another look at the embroidery machine. It's finished the original design. Sorry, popping over the top there. So that was the design that was on the USB stick to start with. It's now getting itself ready to stitch out the word Stuart. So we're going to do that now. So all I need
I'm very
to do...
keen for it to do.
I'm just going to click on start and it will start. This machine is set up so as it will kind of give you the opportunity to snip off those loose threads if you're wanting to. You can have that set, you can take it out of the settings if you don't want it. And then you'll just, oh, did I just press it once? There we go. Off it goes again. So now it's laying down the foundation for all of those stitches for the font that we created earlier on. Now, I'm not sure whether it's going to be a mirror version because I kind of flipped it, but we'll find out in a little while. But either way,
Well,
it might be a kind of mirror version of Stuart. I've got a feeling it might well be because it's doing it over the far side. But there we go. We created it in the first place. So
always the learning curve.
Absolutely.
Always the learning curve.
It's because I chose such a large design. The long design, you can't rotate it 90 degrees because the hoop isn't wide enough. But this will stop you doing that because it won't let you do it in the first place. So rather than finding that the needle hits the hoop or it's a case of that it just stops the design, then it won't let you do it in the first place. But yeah, it's merrily stitching away now. But we'll see that texture in it in a few moments.
We certainly will. I'm excited.
So there we go. Fabulous
Now,
machine.
it is, well, goodness me, that doesn't cover it. It's just amazing. It's amazing. So the machine, it's the Jade 35 from Husqvarna. Absolutely incredible what you get. It's an amazing sewing machine with an incredible foot package, amazing capabilities. It's also an incredible embroidery machine with a hoop size which is 6 inches by 9.5 inches. Absolutely incredible for a machine of this price. You're also getting loads of designs, loads of fonts built into your Husqvarna, but you're also getting the capability of being able to download free or paid for designs if you wish that you can then transfer onto your machine, so it's almost endless. You get free computer software so you can design, manipulate, work on your laptop easily and then transfer back to your embroidery machine. It's all there in one great package. The price blows me away. £1,249 for that, which is, I mean, if it was £1,249 for an amazing sewing machine, I'd say, wow, that's a great deal. The fact that you've got an amazing embroidery machine for that price on its own, but the fact that it's combined blows me away. You're also getting that computer software as well. You're also getting a free Madeira, beautiful Madeira box with all those beautiful threads as well, included for free. That's £159 worth. Now, it is extended delivery. You're not going to be waiting months. It's a 2-week window. That's all, a 2-week window, just in order to get that extended delivery done. So you will have it within a 2-week period. So hang fire on that. Lots of you have gone for that, and we will get the machine to you within that 2-week window. And what a fantastic package. Absolutely brilliant. Whether you're completely brand new to embroidery, machine embroidery, whether you're a seasoned machine embroiderer, it's absolutely completing a lot of your collection of, you've got your overlocker, you've got your cover stitch, now you've got an amazing sewing and embroidery machine. And also what I love about the combined machines is that it's one machine, it's one desk, it's one space, and it's so easy to convert between the two. It's literally taking off the embroidery carriage and adding on the accessory box, and you're into sewing. I was blown away by the case, that it is the sewing machine, but actually it's just a case of sliding in an accessory box, and suddenly it's like Transformers. It's like Transformers, that's what it is.
I was just winding my bobbin because the machine stopped because the embroidery design, we got to the point where the thread has run out in the bobbin. So, yeah, I mean, it just literally, I mean, it's such streamline. And the thinking behind this is not everybody has a dedicated sewing area.
Right.
So it is one of those situations that if it does have to be out on show, then this could be something that looks very, very in keeping maybe with your home decor. You could add stickers to this if you wanted to as well. But basically, you will rotate the little handle that's on the back there. There's a little dial there. Just unlock it and then push that out and you will pull that out, and that area there is then big enough for you to take things like the pedal. So I've got the pedal here, so I just basically would wind up the pedal. Obviously be careful how you wind it because we don't want to break any cables that are in there, so just be mindful of that. That would fit in there quite easily, and then I can literally put my power cable in there alongside it and then slide that in, lock it in place, and then off you go. You've got everything that you need in there as well.
It's so clever, isn't it? Swedish. Swedish design, you say.
Viking, yeah.
Say no more.
It's a random word
Say
there,
no more.
Swedish.
But it's true though, isn't it? Sleek, stylish, modern design. It's just grand. It's great.
And of course, the beauty is it comes with a comprehensive guide. So obviously I've been touching on the surface with a lot of the features of the embroidery machine. We haven't really touched a lot on the sewing machine. But within your guide, everything in here is in English. So it's all dedicated to the machine, working your way through from ticking off the contents of things that you've got in the box, the different feet that you get with this as well. Obviously the different features, the different stitches. It will go through how you can use the built-in alphabets and fonts with this one as well. Obviously you've got all the tuition there on how to get it threaded up and things like that, but also additional tuition and things like how to sew a hem, how to use the sewing advisor. And don't forget, if you do go to my Facebook page and find, or even just straight to YouTube, Husqvarna Viking Jade 35, you will find a series of videos that have been put on there from Husqvarna Viking to show you everything from the complete basics right the way through to stitching out your first project. So yeah,
brilliant.
some
Absolutely
brilliant videos.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
My head's still spinning about the fact that you can take any font from your computer and turn it into an embroidery font. Brill. We are going to go to a little break now, just to give Hayley a chance to take a breath and a little sip of water, my love.
Yes.
Goodness me, you have been working hard. Just amazing. What a machine. What a brand. Well done if you've already got your Husqvarna Jade 35. But we're going to give you a little break time now, a few minutes, to check out your basket. Give the customer service team a call. It's completely free, UK based. They're here in the building with us, and we will see you after the break with something completely different. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Now, I did mention something completely different.
You did indeed.
But still in the same ballpark, the Husqvarna overlocker.
This is a classic overlocker, and it's one that you're going to love. I have a bit of a kind of love-hate relationship with overlockers, I'm not going to lie.
As do many of us. It's the threading, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Absolutely. The beauty of this one is it's going to help you well on its way. I can't believe that this is available for the price that we've got.
I know, £399 for the Husqvarna overlocker. Split pays available, 3 of them, £133 is all you need to spend today to get your overlocker. You also get a fantastic pack of Madeira overlocker threads, 4 of the white, 4 grey, 4 of the black. That's £49 worth of value in your overlocker threads from Madeira. Always use good thread, right?
Absolutely.
Always use good
thread. It
thread.
actually comes threaded up with full spools as well.
Nice.
So you don't have to do anything the moment it arrives. You've got your extension that's going to help you with the drop of your threads, which obviously helps with the flow of it. But I mentioned the love-hate relationship with overlockers. They're kind of a bit of a nemesis of mine, and mainly because once I've got it set up, it's great. I love them. But then when I have to change the threads because I want a different colour thread or a thread breaks or something like that, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, there goes a morning. There goes at least an hour of my life. But with this one, it's got an absolutely amazing feature, which I love, because obviously when it comes to thread, and excuse me leaning across you, you've got your thread catch there, which isn't a little kind of net bag. It's a proper, going on a walk. It's not a net bag, it's a proper hard case, and that will just lock in. You've got that kind of little lugs there that will allow you to lock that in. You've got your open area, so when you actually pull that and drop it down, that is something that is very familiar. Now, I have an overlocker that cost me, probably stick a 1 in front of the figure on your screen.
Okay.
And that's as close as I can get to threading up my upper and lower loopers. But with this one, you've got that little lever just in the inside there. You pull that down and that, hello.
Hang on. Wow, yeah.
That is why I love this overlocker.
Yeah.
straight away you've got access to all those areas, which make it incredibly easy for you to thread this up. Not that you need to do it initially because it's already done for you, but as time goes on and you want to change those threads out, you won't mind changing your threads, and in that circumstances you won't mind using your overlocker because it's so much easier.
Yeah, I must admit, I do take a slightly sadistic pleasure in classes where I'm teaching things like threading, just to snip all of the threads, just as somebody's like, okay, I've done it once, I never have to do it again. I'm like, okay, no, you do actually. Or I'll thread something up and then and people think, oh, good, I don't have to do it.
Yes.
But everyone should learn to thread their machine.
You should do, yes. I mean, it comes all pre-threaded, which is lovely, but it's all about education. It's all about learning and gaining your confidence. And Stuart's quite right there. Top tip from me, if you are looking at rethreading or maybe getting used to know what all the different dials and different bits and pieces do, thread up your machine using threads at the same colour as you've got on your dials, because that will show you how the different threads behave and that kind of relationship they have with each other when you're stitching. So by playing around with the tension, which again is another one of those like, oh no, don't touch the tension dial. Don't knock anything out.
Touch the tension dial.
Because you get so much more creativity when you are sewing, because it gives you all sorts of different elements that you're going to gain by using those different tensions. So tension dials, just the same as you would get with a regular sewing machine, and obviously they work in their pairing. So you've got your lower and your upper loopers featuring with your red and your green. Again, thread those up with your different coloured threads, your red and your green, and then when you play around with those tensions, or put threads in, take threads out, add needles in, take needles out, you will see how they all kind of combine together to give you different results.
So can I ask, can I do 4-thread, 3-thread, 2-thread?
You can indeed.
All of those,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I can take needles out?
You can take the needles out. You've also got, and I don't know whether you can see that, just in the inside of the door, you've got, I might have to bring it a little bit closer. If I tilt it up slightly, there you go.
Amazing, yep.
You've got, I might need a bit of help. It is quite a weighty machine. You've got this little storage section here. So you've got some additional little accessories in there that are going to help you do things like taking the loopers out by things like doing rolled hems, all those different techniques. You've even got your little screwdriver in there for taking your needles in and out as well. So that's all on board. You've got your threading guide there as well, which is always useful to have, isn't it? And you've also got a little guide on the top, which I've not come across on overlockers before. I don't know whether it is a standard thing or not, but this actually acts as a seam guide. So it's one of those situations.
It's on some machines, it's not on all. I think it's a great feature.
Yeah, it's useful.
I think it's a great extra.
And you can take it off altogether. So if it gets in your way, you can do.
Can we use with blade, without blade?
You can, yes.
That's good to know. Because you don't, I mean, a lot of people I know always have the blade engaged, but sometimes when I'm overlocking, I like to disengage that blade because it's a very precise seam allowance.
And you were chatting earlier on about tapestry fabrics and how using an overlocker, not just for your construction, but also for getting your fabrics and kind of looking after them while you're making something else. And some fabrics will fray a lot, like your tapestries. So just by kind of neatening off the edges, it means that you're not going to lose your fabric before you've even started using it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Even things like if you're, stashing fabric, some fabrics it's worth overlocking round the raw edges before you stash them, just to protect your investment. You know when you get the fabric what you need to do.
I know people that have actually traced out pattern pieces on a piece of fabric and actually overlocked them and cut them out at the same time. I wouldn't do it with curves because quite curves, kind of with your garment making, you need to be able to manoeuvre the fabric. But I do know some people that if it's just a straight edge, they've just whizzed it through and cut it out from the
Very
pattern
cool.
piece.
It's a brilliant package for £399, and you do have the option of split pay. So if you've been promising yourself an overlocker that's easy to thread, let's just check out both sides open up. Amazing. Easy to thread, easy to use, 2, 3 and 4 thread overlocking and stitching. Rolled hems, gathering.
Yes,
Gathering as well for £390 or £133. First of 3 split pays. What a great option. Love that. Husqvarna do it all.
Yep, they do indeed. And they want to make sure that you get the most out of the machine, so they always support you with regards to this one. I think this one's got a 2-year warranty on it, as I recall. I love the fact that it comes with a hard little basket that you pop back on there.
Yeah, that's
as well.
really cool.
Yeah.
I think it's ace.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's terrific. Right, I think we're going to go back to the star of the show, which is J35.
I've just looked at the clock. I can't believe we've only got 15 minutes left of the
An hour and
morning.
3/4, gosh.
Wow.
There's been a lot to talk about, Hayley.
Shall I go and get back over there?
That would be awesome.
I'm going to go back to my
Thank
position.
you.
See you in a bit.
Now, we do have the J35 sewing and combined embroidery machine on extended delivery, but it is just 2 weeks. It's a 2-week window. Well done if you've already managed to secure your amazing machine. We've all been blown away. I mean, Hayley knew what it could do. The rest of us didn't, and we've all been blown away by just how incredible it is. Whether you're patchwork and quilting, making garments, doing home decor, soft furnishing, garment making, bag making. If you want to start adding embroidery to your projects, or actually that's a whole nother hobby there. You've got all of that capability. A massive 6-inch by 9.5-inch hoop that you can work inside of. You've got that USB port so that you can import your own designs. You can got software so that you can work on your computer, on your tablet, and transfer those innovations, those changes that you've made. You can use all the fonts on your computer and turn them into embroidered fonts, but you can also infill those stitches, outline those stitches, applique those stitches. Just amazing.
Now,
the zip thing. Sewing in a zip with an embroidery machine. Hello. It's like, is it just make me a cup of coffee and put me to bed? Come on.
Now, I know we've not got a huge amount of time left, so shall I kind of just go over some of the things that we were chatting about earlier on? One of the reasons that I love this machine, and this is that I was involved with the launch of this in the UK a couple of years back, and this is the thing that really struck me as being a fabulous machine. It's just stopping between the different threads. Do you want to come over and should we do it together?
I do.
Let's do this together. I feel like I've just left.
I want to come and hang with the cool kids.
So, when you're actually working with this, one of the biggest things that I love about this is when I was researching embroidery machines, quite often, for this price point especially, you can only stitch out maybe 100 mil square, 10 centimetres, you're looking at 4 inches.
Yes.
So it's not a huge amount of area that you've got there. But with the J35, you can stitch out the lighter green area. So it's a huge area. It's actually 6 inches by 9.5 inches. So it gives you a huge amount of scope, as you can see.
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely
and if
amazing.
you consider that, say if it was a jacket or a shirt, that would very easily fit across your shoulders, wouldn't it? So there you go.
Let me just spread my laps.
There you go. Still fits, even with all that muscle in them. So that shows you, and obviously you could put whatever you like. You could put a little phrase or something like that maybe on the back if you wanted to.
Kick me.
So that's one of the first things that I loved about this machine. Love the fact that you've got computer software alongside it that you don't have to pay for. And as you saw, we were designing literally our own fonts from our own computers, making them into appliques, fill stitches, like you said, with all the different textures in there. But you're getting a 5-year warranty with this as well.
I know,
which is
that's
phenomenal to think
amazing.
about.
Has the website been updated now to show that? It does say 2 years, but it's not, it's 5 years extended warranty.
And also as well, something I forgot to mention when we were talking about creating your own designs in the software, it's not a digitising software. Digitising is a skill that can take years to master. And digitising is when you take something like a logo or a picture and you turn it into an embroidery design, because you can't just stitch out what many of us would know as a JPEG, a photograph or an image. But there are lots of people out there that will do that digitising for you.
Yes.
Now, I've embroidered for many, many years, but I still do not bother with the time that it takes to digitise something to a high quality. What you can find is a wealth of people out there that will do it for you. Quite often they'll only charge you £10, maybe £20, and that will be a design that you can then keep forever. So if you've got a company logo or you're thinking about kind of putting logos on shirts and things like that.
Sports teams, fun runs, charity events.
I would certainly have a little look at that. And if you do struggle to find anybody or where to look, then just message me and I'll point you in the right direction. They'll do all the hard work, you do the fun bit.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. You know, yes, if you've got some basic computer skills. You can explore all kinds of possibilities, and there's tutorials along the way. There's information boxes to make sure that you are kept informed and kept educated. But if that's not your thing, there's so many other possibilities anyway.
Our machine is merrily stitching out. Forgive me for mirroring the design. So we've got Stuart stitching out backwards, which
That's
is
okay.
style.
Fine. I'm going to hold that in front of a mirror, and I'm just going to
It's going to be the right way around.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, shall I show you the different feet that you get with this?
Oh,
as
yeah,
well?
for the
'Cause
sewing machine
we
side.
haven't really covered that, have we? It will come with an embroidery machine, a foot, which is what we've got on at the moment. And you'll also use that foot when you're doing things like your free motion work, which you can do.
So I get my free motion quilting foot included?
Well, it's the same foot, does them both. So you don't have to worry about that. We did have people asking about walking feet. Now, it doesn't come with a walking foot, but it will take a universal walking foot, which you can pick up quite affordably. It's not a brand specific one, but if you do your research, you'll be able to pick those up very, very easily. And then it comes with a lot of the standard feet that you would expect. So when you receive your machine, you will get the A foot, that's your kind of utility foot, that's automatically fitted onto your machine, but then you'll get all of these. So I'm just going to arrange these and talk you through what we've got here, Stuart.
I love the fact actually that with the machine you get your automatic one-step buttonhole foot, but you also get a buttonhole foot where you can make the buttonholes step by step. Now, I know for a lot of us that feels like a retro step. We're all so used to having an automatic one-step buttonhole foot, which you do get, but there are times when you want to do custom buttonholes that are larger, wider than your standard buttonhole. And if you've only got an automatic one-step, you can only do them that fit.
That's it. And that's the thing, because it's got to sit within there, hasn't it? So it's one of those situations that you can only do, I think it's up to 2 inches, something like that. But by using the C foot that you've got there, you can kind of do your own manual button holes. So like Stuart says, bags and things like that, where you've got a really big size foot in there. So you've got the B foot. Now the B foot will look very similar to the foot that's actually on your machine when you receive it. So the thing is, you can very easily use this one when you've got a lot of stitches. So if you've got something that's like a satin stitch and there's a lot of decorative stitches there, then that will kind of glide over the top. You've got a recess there, which means it's going to slide over very easily. You've got things like a blind hem foot in here as well. You've also got a joining foot, so you can use that for a little bit of overcasting if you're wanting to. Sometimes people say, oh, does it do an overlocking stitch? The only way you will get an overlocking stitch with kind of the cut edge, as I call it, is on an overlocker. So it's overcasting usually when you're talking about a sewing machine. Also comes with a zipper foot, which you can use for zips, you can use it for piping and things like that. And a lot of the things that you would expect, so an additional spool pin for twin needlework, a little seam ripper, a little thread web here. Now this will sit over the top of your threads. Sometimes with specialist threads, maybe like metallic threads, you need to slow down the thread as it passes through the machine, and this will kind of restrict it. But you can see you get a comprehensive range of sewing machine feet when it's in sewing mode.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Now, we're always very transparent here. The machine is available elsewhere. Do the research. I encourage you to do that. We are such a competitive retailer here at Sewing Street. Also, make sure that when you are looking online and doing your research, you're looking for the combi machine with the black button menu on the front. Remember, you've got a combined sewing machine and embroidery machine combined into one amazing machine and an amazing price from us here at Sewing Street. Don't forget also, we offer 5 interest-free split pays on this machine. You do not need to spend £1,249 today to get the Jade 35 home. Just make that first payment. It's under £250. You can get the machine home.
Absolutely. And as Stuart says there, when you're doing your comparisons, do a like-for-like comparison. So find a machine there, you're going to get that hoop that's 6.5 inches by 9. Is it 6.5?
6 by 9
6 by 9.5, isn't it? Yeah. So 150 by 240. Make sure that you're comparing it with a machine that's got the same size, that light green area, not that 4-inch square. Make sure you're comparing it with a machine that is a sewing machine as well as an embroidery machine, not just embroidery
It's that
only.
combi. It's that combi.
And make sure you're comparing it with a machine where you're going to get that software as well, which allows you
Of
to
course.
turn your fonts into embroidery.
And remember those
designs.
5 split pays, 0 interest and no credit checks. It's just an option that you choose. All you need to do is be a UK resident. Am I right?
You do.
UK residents. Yeah, that's it. And that's it.
Now I'm just bringing off the embroidery.
Oh,
Please forgive me for it
amazing.
being back to front, but that was my
Fine
mistake.
with
I just
that.
flipped the button
Absolutely fine
without
with
thinking. But you can see within there we've got that weave, that texture
That's
that we've
so
got
clever.
that you chose. So there you go. If I hold that nice and still, you can see it's almost like a woven a detail in there. So make sure that you're keeping it in tune with the design. But that was the original design that we started with, which is on your USB stick. And that is the design where I've done that fabulous kind of framework. All I need to do is add another one to the top.
Absolutely brilliant. Now remember, there are various ways that you can buy here at Sewing Street. You can use the Sewing Street app. You can go online through our website, www.sewingstreet.com, or you can call our UK-based customer service line, 0800 001 4433. It's a completely free call. It's UK-based. They're in the building with us. They're lovely people. We pass each other in the corridor every day. They're right here. So many ways that you can shop. And if you've got any questions that you want to ask, again, email us. You can send us a message in the studio or ask our customer services. Hayley's right here.
I'm not going
Just
anywhere.
fabulous, absolutely brilliant. Take advantage of split pay. We do that so that if this is a great option for you, but you know you don't want to spend the whole amount in one go, you don't need to. Hayley, it's been amazing.
I've loved it. Can we do it again
Yes,
sometime?
please.
Oh,
I have
fabulous.
absolutely loved it. I've really
Oh,
enjoyed
bless
working
you.
with you. And it's been such a treat, hasn't it, to see a different brand and a different take on not just machine embroidery, overlocking and sewing, and of course, the mock-a-block system.
That seems like such a long time ago now.
It seems like yesterday, but I can't wait to start playing with the mock-a-block system too.
I
Just
will sort
brilliant.
one out for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Okay, I need to talk through the menu tomorrow. John's presenting, but I'm not going nowhere. It all kicks off at 8 a.m. with John Scott and the new year, new hobby, create cushions. You do 9 o'clock, Hayley.
Oh,
Go on.
now, after that, a bit of Willie Mo.
Willie Mo.
Willie Mo.
She's on board.
With our lovely Stuart. So, you know, that's one that's definitely worth tuning in for.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous floral quilt in that hour. At 10 o'clock, it's new Anna Maria Horner, Our Fair Home collection. I'll be glued to that.
Now I'm intrigued. Alpi Pops?
Not Alka Pops.
Alka Pops.
Hayley, for goodness
Apply
sake.
Pops.
It's Apply Pops. Good
I was going to turn up for that.
Just leave the rest to me. Apply Pops Heart Cushion with Stuart Hillard. You may have seen it on my social media. Turning circles has never been so cool or easy. And then at 12 o'clock, oh, this doesn't sound that interesting.
After all of that.
Plain fabrics.
Plain fabrics.
Plain fabrics. But you and I, but we know solids are fabulous. And we
Yes,
love
yeah.
our solid fabrics. A great morning ahead
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
I should be tuning in for certain.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. I hope you'll be tuning in as well. For the rest of the day, do please take care of yourselves and each other. Don't go anywhere. Stick around because Hobbymaker are about to take over with the fabulous Hunky Dory. We'll see you after this.